It's cool, VJ Killer B. The goddamn witch right in general. You got a witch? I'll burn their asses up. Let's go, y'all. Let me clear my throat. What up, y'all? What up? What up? It's Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. Got a witch, I'll burn they goddamn asses up. You know that's what I do. Sorry about the last stream and shit. Just woke up, hit the wrong goddamn button. Drop the link here for the boy. Man, oh man. Shit be going down. Niggas just be lying and shit on your boy. I don't know. We can tell the truth because that's what we do up out here. We tell nothing but the goddamn truth. Let me get this damn link here. Oh, snap. Got Sister P up in the building. Damn. Fucking throat jacked up. All right. There's a link up in here. Yeah. A lot of shit going on. A lot of motherfuckers rearing their heads back up. You know, Killer B, we burn them on down. Burn them on down. Get closer to y'all. Oh, man. I need to drop this shit. All right. Grand Rising, everybody. Shout out to Killer B. Goddamn Witch Finder General. What's up? Yeah. So, you did a great stream the other day. That was a great stream you did the other night. We had a couple of new guests and stuff on. Was on there talking with me. Oh, shit. I was hitting all the wrong buttons today. It's crazy. What else, Siberius? Sleeping Servant?
Remix. That shit was good.
That was the remix. The Blackity Black, y'all. And I'm black, y'all. And I'm black. And I'm Blackity Black. they back and I'm black, y'all. And I'm back. That shit crazy, yo.
Yeah.
Man. So well, we're gonna talk a little bit about these cult leader wannabes and just lost motherfuckers, like, and this confused ass motherfuckers and shit. You know,
that's right.
There was some things out there and shit. Oh boy, Chris Harris and shit. That's your boy. He said, I ain't fucking with this nigga though. Man, it's sad, man. I don't know. Ain't no skin off my back and shit.
That's right.
Ain't a damn thing but a pork rind and shit. No skin off my motherfucking back.
He said nothing but a pork rind?
Yeah. And it's like, yo, that shit crazy.
That's exactly
like, what thing, a motherfucker can have an opinion. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every motherfucker. But, you know what I'm saying? You can't be, hey, what's up, Rudy? Nagy? Yeah, like, you can't be just, like, lying on motherfuckers. He put up his little John Henry Clark video and shit. And I like John Henry Clark. You know what I'm saying? That's how our conversation started. I'm going to get into, like, the whole thing and shit, but I just want to say a couple things first. Like, told him, I was like, I like that motherfucker. All motherfucking black scholars and shit. Like, I look at him because he motherfucker got real credentials and shit, right? And he had his little thing that he plays, little speech and shit that he said, which you saying it was like, no need about his opinion and shit. And I just he said, I knew this nigga was gonna hit me right after the video and talk shit. Like, nigga, that's not what's up. I just said, now, if you listen to it, I was giving my opinion of it. I said, if you listen deeper to what the man says, like, right? He was talking about Africa and all the resources that they got, and how, and I believe too that Dr. Clark was catching in on some bread and shit too, because like the man's a scholar, yes he is, wrote books and all types of stuff. I can't take none of that stuff from him, right? He's the authority on this stuff. And a lot of people will take his information and turn it into something else for an agenda, I guess you could say. And the things he said, the people really aren't listening to what he's saying. And you get things like the people talk like the resources in Africa, but the blackity black motherfuckers that have you believe that the black people put them goddamn resources in that motherfucking ground. This is the richest place on earth. Like, yeah, but the motherfuckers, that shit was in the ground, motherfucker. Know what I'm saying? The creator put that motherfucker in the ground. Niggas didn't put no gold and diamonds and uranium and all types of other bullshit. They ain't put that shit in the ground. Right? So, like, these motherfuckers coming to the land of Africa. Not all these people came in there to kill everybody and conquer the fucking place. Like, there's a lot of business and trade and shit going on. Now, even to this day, like, if you can't get mad, I made an example to Chris. I said, Chris, if you in the line at Taco Bell, because you know that nigga always in the fast food line and shit, that nigga's stomach about to be fucked up and shit in a minute. You know, that goddamn fast food and shit, motherfucker need to cook something once in a while. But anyway, a man standing in the driveway with a brand new Xbox, right? Old man, he don't know what he got. He said, "Yeah, man, I'm selling this thing right here. I'll give you $50 for it." And the motherfucker said, "Bet." You give them to him, right, for $50. Now the next day, O'Connor is back in the Taco Bell line, and he see that man, and that man said, "Yo, man, that shit worth $500. Yo, man, give me another $100. What Chris Harris gonna say? He gonna say, "Nigga, get your ass away from my motherfucking car."
That's right. Bought and paid for.
Bought and paid for, right? It wasn't Chris' fault that the nigga didn't know how much it was worth. He made an offer and he took it. Right?
That's right.
Even though you might think, "Oh, that's kind of fucked up and shit like that," but the nigga, that's what he agreed to.
That's right. Take some accountability for your own fucking actions.
Right. Exactly. It's not my fault that he didn't look up the value of that.
That's
shit.
right. It's not my fault that you're a fucking chump.
Yeah. Like, know what I'm saying?
That's a win.
Yeah. And like, you learn from that motherfucker. You supposed to learn from it. Not keep repeating the motherfucking shit. But know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's what went down in Africa and all that bullshit. But I'm saying motherfuckers have to have some type of accountability. Like, something can't happen and you say, oh, it's that motherfucking fault. And I was telling him, I was like, yo, man, we gotta stop acting like fucking 6-year-old kids that do something like some of y'all got children. You got a little motherfucker, you tell him not to do something. You tell the motherfucker not to do something. And he go do it. And what he do? Well, Jason did it too. Motherfucker, you Jason? And Jason jumped off the bridge. Would you follow him and jump off the motherfucking bridge? Like, know what I mean? So these like people, they take this shit and like start blaming motherfuckers for shit. And like the George Floyd thing. And that's what really triggered the video. But Chris had this in his head for a month, over a month. And I seen it. I didn't say shit. I just let him do him. Sit right back.
You want to hear the truth about that?
Go ahead. Let me hear your take on it.
The truth about that is, fuck George Floyd, okay? He fucking put a loaded gun to a pregnant woman's stomach, and the motherfucker had drugs in his mouth, okay? This has been proven. So, y'all want to fucking make a big hoopla about some fucking crook whenever we got these babies out here dying.
Yep.
From what y'all would say, your own goddamn people.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Have some fucking accountability for your fucking selves.
Yep.
Hey guys, what's up? I came in at just the right time, but you want to hear something kind of weird? The weird stuff isn't that. The weird stuff is, why did his coffin, why was it shorter than he was?
Yeah, I hear people saying
like how in the world did they get him in that coffin? That's like, did they have to fold him over? I'm not trying to like be rude,
but I know that he got what was coming to him.
I mean, yeah, you could say that, but you know, it's just one of those things where it's like you don't really want to get, unless you know something, you don't really want to absolutely say for certain he got what I don't really know about that, but
you know, motherfuckers like to look fresh and shit at all costs. So they had to hold that nigga over and to put him in that shit and look fresh and shit. That's how black people do shit sometimes.
Oh, you mean in the coffin? Because that thing was short. That thing could have fit me, but that guy was supposed to be like 6 something. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I heard a lot of people saying that shit. Oh, you're gonna trigger Lamar to come up in here on that shit.
Oh shoot.
But
yeah. But anyway, yeah. So Chris Harris got mad at you over that, didn't he?
Yeah, like, and I was like, Chris, did you not see the new fucking camera footage? Send me that shit. And I go, he was scared. I like, what do you mean that big ass nigga was scared? A big ass 6 foot something, Papa was goddamn 7 feet, 200 and something pound ass nigga and shit. Scared of the white man now? Scared of the white man now? And shit.
I guess that's the new I was afraid for my life.
A fucking worm of a white man and a little Asian guy. Like, what the fuck?
And
they be scared of me.
The cop knocked out the window. Like, yo, let me see your hands. Keep your hands where I can see them. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. And the motherfucker was high out of his fucking mind. High out of his fucking mind. Out of his fucking mind. Right? It's not the cop's fault he high. Cop will come take you drugs so I knock on your fucking window. Right? And he's like, yo, just keep your hands where I can see them. I got shot. I got COVID-19. My mama just died. Like, cop don't give a fuck about none of that shit. He might care about the COVID-19 shit, but motherfucker, you don't get no. Keep your fucking hands where I can fucking see him. It's that simple. And he high. It's not the cop fault. He high, right? And he keep moving his hand, flaring his hands around and shit. He's like, yo, motherfucker, now he's taking out the gun. Like, yo, motherfucker, chill. And the dude was saying, oh, he didn't want to go to jail. I can understand that, right? You doing everything you can not to fucking go to jail.
That's right.
And this man proceeded to do a lot of whole extra shit. You going to jail, motherfucker. Like, you going to jail, you going to jail. And it's wrong what happened to him, but if he would have did what he was supposed to do, he would be alive today. He would be alive today. He'd be alive, enjoying his kids, family if he had one, whatever. He'd be alive today.
But do you think he would have made? Do you think he would have made a bad choice at some point? Like, the guy was doing drugs. I mean, people who do that usually don't make good.
All the way around by putting the fucking fake bills in the store twice. He went in there one time with a fake bill, then came back with another fake bill. Twice. So he should have learned the lesson from the first time. And he had enough
to the same place. That's kind of retarded. That's the definition of insanity, is doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah. And the nigga is gonna sit down the side of the store and shit like ain't shit. Even his passengers like, yo, nigga, keep your hands still, motherfucker. What the fuck wrong with you? And he's struggling hard and all this shit. He collapsing and all types of stuff. I'm not getting in the car. What the fuck you mean you ain't getting in the car? Like, no, nigga, you getting in the fucking car. And he's had compassion on him and put him on the outside. And hey, if you're outside, you're gonna have to lay your ass down, motherfucker. And we're gonna have to secure you because your ass is acting erratic. We're gonna sit here and secure you, and that's when old boy had his opportunity. He caused the opportunity for that shit to happen.
That's right.
Taylor and shit, right? That's another one. They turning this shit all day. That do all this bullshit. And one thing Chris said, what was it about the warrants and shit, right? When they serve a warrant, when you go on or say you got arrested, right? And you get a bondsman, you have to put they got illness or not. Whether the dude said you're wrong, killer in Siberia. It's people that are on drugs have an illness. They're not criminals. Yo, do you know that George Floyd put a motherfucking gun to a black pregnant woman?
Yeah, you're trying to take away a grown man's accountability right there. Yeah, I understand that being addicted to drugs is a hard thing. Trust me. I have an uncle that died from it. I've got my best friend's brother. He's just as bad. His dad called me yesterday wondering where he was at because he was working for me. Okay, so I know a lot about this. But saying that, you're taking away a grown man's accountability for his own actions. You're giving him an escape route.
Yep. There was at one point where he didn't have that illness. He made the choice to take the drugs.
That's right. He knew what the drug was about. He did it anyways. Hey, I've been there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I've done a lot of experimenting, but I don't let nothing get a hold of me, okay? Because it's something called being a fucking man and having accountability for your own actions.
And go ahead.
I'm good.
My whole punk rock days and shit back in the days and shit, right? A whole anarchist movement thing, right? The whole thing about it was like, you do drugs, don't let drugs do you.
That's right.
You do drugs, don't let the drugs do you.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, he was on drugs. He has a mental illness. That's not the police officer's fault. Drugs are fucking illegal. They're illegal. Right? So if you go out and driving around high on drugs, now, when he ain't on the drugs and shit, right? He ain't supposed to be in his right mind, or he still got the illness because he's a drug addict, but he driving around high on drugs. He knows it's against the law to do drugs. It's against the law to drive high on drugs. So everybody has to cater to your what is it? Cater to your damn, what's the word I'm not it was another word I'm looking for and shit. To your I can't think of the word. Cater to your fucking bullshit. The whole world shouldn't have to be catering to your bullshit.
That's right.
It's not like I see somebody. Oh, okay. All right. Like you know, a motherfucker that just talk crazy, like right, and you say the wrong thing to him, you gotta handle him and shit. Like you gotta hold his hand like a child, a grown fucking man. You have to watch your mouth. What the fuck you say? This motherfucker fly off the handle and might shoot you. Like you have to live like that. Nobody should have to live like that. And like they say, well, the white man didn't have to kill him. That shit had nothing to do with the white people. That was an individual. That
That's
had
right.
nothing to do with the police department. That was an individual that did that to him. Know what I'm saying? You can't blame the police department and shit. You blame the individual. And the dude is like, oh yeah, when I was talking about the warrants and shit, right? Say like you get arrested, you got a bondsman. You gotta have an address.
Hey, Killer, Loki wants in.
Oh shit. You have an address. Whoever come buying you out. Right?
I'll be back, baby. I'll be back.
Hello, Randy. Gotta go to Mariaca.
All right, what's up, man? Hold on.
Oh shit.
Address. And the address is of the person that bonded you out or your place of residence. So if something happens where the bondsman has a right to come in your fucking home like they own that bitch. So you do something on the street, the police are gonna look at these records. Oh, this nigga got a bond out and shit, or he didn't go to court, or whatever. They take that information. That's where he lives, because that's what he put down on the paperwork. So if he moved out 2 months ago and shit, was he evicted? Because if you put down an address and the man was evicted, that goes to the court system. So when they go to raid your house, they're gonna know that you don't live there no more. But if you just live, you don't own shit, you ain't running shit nowhere, you're laying up under a bitch. You're laying up under a bitch and using her address. More white. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Please kill more whites than blacks. There's more white people on the earth too. And yeah, they do. There are more whites than blacks. So
It would
I
make
don't know,
sense too, because
about that?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Javier.
So the reason you don't never hear nothing about that is because we take accountability for our own fucking actions.
Exactly. If a Chinese motherfucker, the motherfuckers and shit, and the police shoot him, or he go rob some shit, and the police shoot him, there ain't no Chinese motherfucker protesting for that motherfucker. They can be like,
they're not protesting over white people, but in Hong Kong recently they were protesting. But yeah, it's obviously not over the white people and shit.
Oh, take it over for a second.
Well, one thing I will say, that the cops that did kill George or had a hand in killing George Floyd, they were some weak ass fucking cops. This is true. I think that there were several factors at play here.
Before I'm gonna shut my mouth for a while, while I listen to y'all, but I just want to ask real quick. Do you think maybe something spiritual happened to where George Floyd died? Because I do.
I mean, he was a crook, man. The whole point of this live stream.
That's what I'm saying. Like in the physical world where we live now, man.
No, we would.
What we see the officers did to him is not okay. But in the spiritual world, it was okay.
Loki, we can try to keep it on the topic. We don't want to venture off into another type.
Yeah. Lucky, this is going to segue into some bullshit. Watch. We just sort of setting the playing field right now. This is about to segue into some crazy shit. Yeah, I would have to agree with David Ruffin. They are trying to separate us by race, and like I was saying, the cops that had a hand in that, they shouldn't have been police. One thing that let's see, Malak was stating, yeah, that white cop, he had already had problems before. Why was he still a police officer? Okay. Now, could that be a lack of psych evaluations? Could that be some sort of good old boy system going down? Yeah, come on, I get you a job over at the force. You know what I'm saying? Any of this shit could be going down. And it's definitely slack. It seems like today, and it differs from county to county, especially down here in the South. It seems like anybody can be a fucking cop. There's cops, 400 fucking pound cops. What the fuck are you gonna do? Or little fucking shrimp motherfuckers that can't. I mean, you know, little 5'6", 150-pound dudes that are police officers. You know. And then it plays into this. Why did they choose to become a cop? For the power? Were they picked on as a kid? Are they trying to seek some sort of self-redemption from being fucking bullied? You know? So I definitely think in the psych evaluations for people who are looking to join the police force, I think that there's some huge gaps.
The police obviously had a personal grudge against, you know, George Floyd because they worked at the nightclub together.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, George Floyd and that police officer did like security or some shit at a nightclub. So there was obviously some personal grudge going on. Or I mean, not obviously. I mean, but yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just heard about the dude's record, and everyone wants to make a big fucking Reginald Denny. I don't even know who the fuck that is. You know what I'm saying? That's how much I don't care about that. You know, who is Reginald Denny? I don't even. That's the year I was fucking born. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, still fuck George Floyd. So many people lost their lives, and so many fucking businesses that had nothing to do with it got fucking thrashed out because some fucking crook got what was coming to him. That's straight up the facts. What about these babies? I don't hear you saying nothing about these babies in Atlanta that got killed. What about all these fucking child abuse fucking cases?
Oh, and that one person who got shot and killed at the Target here in Orlando. I think it was Orlando, or it was Lakeland. Did you hear about that?
All right. All right. I had to drop off for a second. I had a important call to take. We beat up during the riots of Rodney King. I'm making okay. What happened now? Since Siberia making a damn analogy that there was a white dude that got beat up during the riots of Rodney King.
Hey, if the white dude didn't want to get beat up, he shouldn't have been out there in the riots.
True. If
you're asking for it. You're fucking asking for it whenever you do this bullshit.
Did you know that though? That the officer that killed George Floyd, they worked the same job together, him and George Floyd?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he knows.
That's why I said it was an individual thing. You know that. It could have been. People know that.
Right. And that police officer was a fucking little worm dude. Like.
So what's the reason why this all got brought up? What was the ultimate? It's ultimately about something, right?
Yeah, we taking this shit. Yeah. About this stuff that these people online and because now just say like YouTube, that's like the voice of all these people and stuff now. And it's how these people think. And it's the things that they were raised on. A lot had to do with the hip hop era in the 90s and a lot of stuff that was presented that have us think a certain way, right? For instance, like when I was younger, I used to tell my dad, well, the white man put the drugs in the black community. That's why everybody's on drugs. My father said that they put them there. They didn't make nobody smoke it. They didn't make nobody do drugs. Somebody took the choice on their own. Nobody put a gun to nobody's head and made them do these things. And it's the accountability, like Siberius was saying, right? Like Chris's answer when I talk about the George Floyd thing. That's where the shit came from. The camera that the man had, they showed the new camera footage. This man was out of control and out of his mind. Now, these cops have to go home at the end of the day. have to go home. Know what I'm saying? They're not fucking like, so what? All right, this motherfucker on drugs. I gotta handle this shit how I'm gonna handle it. Because if you're a mental illness, that means you're kind of unpredictable. So should I put myself in harm's way for some motherfucker? No. No. You have to follow in the police procedures, train you how to handle things so you don't get hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's why if you got a knife in your hand, the cop tell you to drop the fucking knife, don't step any closer. You drop the fucking knife and keep your ass still. Because if you don't, they're gonna kill you. Or they could have shot him in the leg.
Well, here's what I saw. I mean, yeah, granted, the officer should have been more experienced, but the way George Floyd was acting, like, you know, he was acting all claustrophobic. He was acting, and he wasn't complying.
Then the cops shouldn't do it.
And yeah, it's still the officer's fault. But yeah.
But all this stuff is like, you know what I mean? And we go back down to the African shit, right? All right, we in fucking America now. All this shit, that's cool. You want to learn about Africa and shit. That's great. That's great. That's excellent. If you want to learn where you came from, your history and all that shit, that's cool, right? Okay, religion came from there and all that shit. But we're in 2000 motherfucking 20. That civilization been gone and moved on. Other people came in, did things, moved on. Know what I'm saying? And here we are today. And now, knowing that the Egyptians did this, they were the first to do that, so fucking what?
Hang on.
Some Chinese man made fucking gunpowder. You think the motherfucker, we should own all the bullets. All the bullets should have fucking Chinese fucking names on them. and like shit like that. And it's really like cult shit. And this shit motherfuckers' minds to think a certain way. And I can see having self-esteem. I understand that. But like into wanting to dominate people or oppress other people because of your what's the word I'm looking for? Like your feeling of dominance and shit. Oh shit, here comes my fucking shit again.
Hey, let me address something. The empathetic sympathy baby politician campaign phrase. What about the babies now? You care about the babies that came out of slavery? Fuck out of here. Okay, so were you a slave? That's like saying, yeah, my granddad, he worked at the chip mill for 36 years but I deserve I deserve his pension. That's exactly what the fuck you're saying. It's retarded.
I actually have a better example of what that's like. There are these people who marry these military men, these women, and what they do when they marry these dudes is they think now their husband's rank is their own. So when they drive up to the gate or something at the base, they think the soldiers have to salute them. They don't understand that rank was earned by that person who earned it. It's not something that transfers over to you. So same with the ancestors.
That's right. So I'm talking about babies that are alive. You're talking about people that have been dead for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and he's trying to bring in the whole slavery angle.
He's a fucking clown. You're exactly the fucking problem. You ain't David Ruffin. You ain't shit is what your title should be. You're exactly the fucking problem. You think you deserve
what's going on with this David guy? What's he saying?
Some guy thinks that
you
people
deserve
that
your granddaddy's pension. You're a fucking retard. You don't deserve a fucking thing because you don't know how to take accountability for yourself. You're probably a grown ass fucking man incel.
Some guy thinks.
Hey, yeah. Come get your fucking reparations. Come get it.
Yo, you incel, you need me to cash app you $200 and go buy yourself a fucking, escort or some shit?
Yeah. Drop your cash app. We'll send you a little money. I'll buy you breakfast. How about that? Hey, come get it.
McDonald's, a
Come get it, motherfucker.
McMuffin and a coffee.
Hey, you're on a fucking live stream. You're not even on the panel. And you're talking about you want some shit. Come get it.
Okay, so just so the guys know who don't know what's going on, some guy came in and started talking about how the children of slaves are getting treated like crap. Oh my goodness. That's it, pretty much.
Hey, Killer B's in the same boat, and that's my fucking boy. You know what I'm saying? He's the boss of this fucking panel.
Yes, I do deserve my granddaddy's pension, and I deserve my ancestors' preparation for the
What a fucking nerd.
It's like, oh my goodness, this guy.
No accountability. You're a fucking man-child. You ain't got shit. You ain't shit should be your fucking name.
Well, you know, I'll give him this. He's saying that gimme dats thing pretty clearly. He wants some gimme dats.
He deserves his granddad's pension. My granddad heard you say that, he'd fucking lose his shit.
Oh, same here. I mean, yeah, my granddad, he won't help me out, but if I say that,
he'd be like, "That's my goddamn money. You weren't out there at the chip mill when it was 102, whenever it was 25 degrees, whenever the fucking chip mill broke down. You weren't out there fucking changing up blades. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a pussy."
Yeah.
Yo, you took it right out of my mouth.
Did your granddad sell his guns? And, you know, what do you call it? To build, you know, your fucking kids a treehouse? Did your granddad do anything to fucking sacrifice? Like, what makes your granddad so great? Like, that's what I gotta understand. Like, and also, why are you talking shit like he didn't do anything for you in the first place? Like, what is it? Like, this motherfucker confusing me now that I'm looking through it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I do have accountability. I'm accountable for my ancestors'
Yeah, but
reparations.
my dad would.
So what can you do? Can you raise the dead? Can you raise the dead? Can you raise the people that enslaved your ancestors?
Y'all
Because
hear
they're
me?
the ones that have to pay.
Hell no.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
set the
can
record
hear you. I
straight
hear
from the
you.
fucking
I hear you loud and
I
clear.
was born in 95. I didn't fucking own no slave mill. So don't blame me for anything. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
slavery, the old thing they love to drag out and beat on until it's just, you know, a savage pulp. Yeah, slavery.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Oh.
Y'all hear me?
I hear
he's
you. I hear you.
calling names. Oh my God. Hey, you need to go to timeout. You
I
need to
hear-
go
I
to
hear-
timeout.
I hear you, killer.
Anyways, let's move on. We got a little pussy boy in the chat, but that's okay. We can move on to the next subject.
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
I would send him some money, but he'd probably go buy some soy milk or some shit with it.
It's going good. We just got to move on.
Probably gonna buy some drugs with it.
Yeah. You got let's like that. Can y'all hear me? I have a feeling y'all can't hear my ass. I know Nate.
We can hear you, killer. You just coming in choppy.
All right. Let's move on to people that have these ideas that they own something. And a lot of these people that think that they own something don't have anything. That's because that's why they want it. Right? And
they're looking for the easy way out, but it's nonsensical.
And once they get it, they're gonna be right back in the same position. You can give half these niggas out here $50,000, and in 2 years the money gone. The money's gone, and they won't have nothing tangible. They won't have nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it. Nothing. But a car, some sneakers, or some dumbass shit. They're gonna invest the shit. Or why? I'm gonna start a business, and they just gonna open up some shit. Don't do no research and nothing. They won't even have no. They use all this shit to start the store. I see people. I do sign work, so I help people open their stores and shit. And I'm gonna tell them. I was telling Chris this. I said most of these niggas that I try to cater to black business. That's what I try to do. I try, right? And most of the time, I end up doing consulting for these motherfuckers because I feel bad for them because they have no fucking idea what the fuck they're doing. They'll get a business and won't even have enough money to pay fucking rent. They'll spend all the money on the shit, the inventory, and just have enough money for 2 months rent. And then they don't make the money to pay the rent, and then they got closed. And they look stupid.
And you know what happens? You know what happens after that? The people then start that whining victim mentality of, oh look, black businesses always fail because the man.
Yeah, Ned, you're right. This guy is stupid as hell. Being called Uncle Ruckus is like a compliment.
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus is from a
Break it up.
TV show.
I don't know.
Yeah, the Boondocks. But
Wait, was Killer finished making his point?
I mean, I heard what he was saying. The thing is, the business is closed down, and then they usually play that whole victim card to the max when they can't pay their rent. They go, "Oh look, they closed down my business. They hate black businesses. They hate us. They hate us." And people feed into that because that is an easy way out. I mean, Kill, would you agree?
That's right, P. She knows what's going on. Neggy, you talking about our boy Neggy? At least he's fucking man enough. Who are you? Why don't you fucking put who you are out there?
Hey, like, so you guys were like saying something in the like on here about, I think it was like the grandfather's pension or something like that.
Right.
I made a comment in the chat basically saying that, like, you know, if your father owns a house and then he passes away, would you feel that in that situation that like his children should receive that house?
Okay, but we were talking about a pension. That's two different types of wealth.
Apparently, we're now white supremacists, according to this dude.
Yeah.
I mean, like, is there any way we could just deal like with the question like that?
Okay, so whenever the generation before you, whenever they cease to exist, are you gonna be passed down anything?
You said when the generation before me.
So like when your dad and your mom, when they pass away, are they gonna pass you down anything?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
it'll probably be conferred through a will or
Right.
or something like
You have
that.
to go to a court for that.
Okay, but what if they were renters? What if they didn't have nothing? Then would you be passed down anything?
I mean, I'm just saying, like there's a multitude of different situations that could happen,
Yeah.
but like
Absolutely.
whatever it is that they own, like since they'll no longer be present on this earth, you know, in the physical, like they can like confer to me like whatever it was that they had during the course of their life. You know what I'm saying? So
Right. I agree. But if there's nothing to be passed down, then you know you're shit out of luck, man. You know, there's nothing to be passed down.
I think Siberius would be the greatest. You know, he has the greatest points on this whole subject of like inheritance and reparations and stuff, because he is a Scorpio, and see, Scorpio is actually the zodiac sign that rules over inheritance and stuff.
I ain't getting shit where my parents go. You know, I come from poor people.
Yeah.
And the mother of my child who was black, they got a whole bunch of land that they had passed down through generations.
So,
hold on, can y'all
y'all
hear me?
You just come in a little choppy.
Thanks, Harvey. Thanks for being on the panel. With the things where, say, like you own a home, like your parents own a home and they die, right? You should be able to get, I don't know the exact process, but if the person dies, that person should have a will that gets you ownership of that home. And if that home isn't paid for, you know, you're going to have to finish off the payments on that house. And you're responsible for that. In a lot of cases, and especially with in the black community, a lot of these kids can't afford to pay those taxes and to pay those mortgages and stuff. Now, if the house is paid for and there's no will, and say like you got sisters and stuff like that, you would have to go to probate court. I believe you have to go to probate court, and a judge decides like what happens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to deal because like there was something that was kind of posed basically saying that like, if your grandfather had a pension that like you're not entitled to receive that pension or whatever. And that
In cases where the wife gets the pension, I believe the spouse gets the pension. If I'm not mistaken, the spouse gets the pension, but the kids don't.
I thought
The kids
pensions
don't get it. The spouse.
they stop whenever you die.
No,
yeah,
they
I mean,
stop
but
whenever you die. The wife will continue to get it. But I think in certain cases though, I think for firemen or something like that, I think the wife continues to get it, if I'm not mistaken. Because I had a discussion with about that like recently with somebody. But yeah, like most of you die, you ain't getting shit. Like and like Siberian said, I agree with them. And my father would say the same shit. Like, know what I mean? Like, yo, fucking, you ain't work for that motherfucker. My father was all right. It was all about you work for what you get. Nobody owe you shit.
yeah,
My father
I
used
mean,
to have a truck. You go to work every day. He would have 2 bumper stickers that said I owe. You know, like the 7 doors and shit. They'd be like, I owe. And off to work we go, right? He'd have I owe. So off to work
and I
I go.
totally agree
And on
too.
the other side, that motherfucker have a bumper sticker that say I fight poverty. Work.
see, I feel
agree.
like a lot of this is like rooted in like rugged individualism. Like it's like a very American like type of concept. You know what I mean? Like you do your earning by the sweat of your brow or whatever the case may be. But
That's the best way to be. I actually like that word, rugged individualism. That should be the title of this fucking video. Rugged individualism.
But I'm just saying it's not representative of like the entirety of the situation. Like we could take the current president as an example, right? Like he is what some would consider to be a successful businessman, but how he was able to do that was based off of his family. You know what I mean? Like who it was that came before him. So like to say that all success is like derived from the
What
like
picture is this guy using?
to say that all success is like derived from like just the sheer effort of the individual, like I don't think that that's necessarily true. And like people exist and they come from families, you know what I'm saying? So
Well, RB, I sympathize with you, man, but there's only one thing I can say, and that's life just isn't fair, bro.
It isn't. People are going to be fucking luckier than others. People are going to be stronger than others. People are going to, be able to do things more than others.
I'm not
with David Ruffin here. I'm sorry, RB. Hold on one second. I agree with David Ruffin here. He said, I have a mother and a father. They got money. He said, then the parents got money, and they all passed the money down. Are you still work? I don't know his words, but I think he's trying to say his mother and father got money, and their parents got money, and it all gets passed down. That's how it's supposed to work. You
Yeah.
save and stuff.
We don't disagree with that.
Then you have life insurance, right? Life insurance. Make sure the next generation's children, life is easier. Absolutely. Pass the wealth down. It's about the work smart. Exactly. You work smarter, not harder. Exactly. Now, those are the things that the family.
Yo, David, is your cousin as retarded as you are?
Come on, man. Come on, Loki. Like, come on.
Yeah, chill out, Loki. Come on, man.
That's like a non.
I'm sorry.
The life insurance makes sure generation children life is easier. You say you work smarter, not harder. Absolutely. Those are the things you want to do. Now, just look at that. If you work for a factory, right, and you get a pension, now, so them motherfuckers, your kids get the pension money, and then what? They kids supposed to get it too? And then their kids supposed to get it too? So you got all these motherfuckers that work for you. That's a whole lot of money that an employer is paying for. So just because he worked for you for 20, 30 years, you're supposed to take care of all his again generation? What about the money he saved working for you?
You ain't David Buffin can life insurance these nuts.
They talk.
Well, like a pension is a specific example, you know what I mean? But there are different forms of wealth, and I think the comparison was just made. But like, I think property would probably be a better thing to compare in terms of looking at inheritance, because a pension is a like a specific type of situation.
That's
Right.
right.
But
You're
but
right.
I just wanted to deal with the notion that like that because it almost sounds like you guys are saying that, or some of you, I won't speak for everybody. I don't want to speak for anybody actually, but it like what I thought I heard was that like it just basically seemed like you guys were down in the notion of like receiving something from your family, basically. You know what I'm saying?
What argument are you trying to make, David Ruffin? What we
He can life
totally
insurance
agree
these
with that.
nuts.
Like, show me the insurance policy where I owe you something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And then
what sort of argument are you trying to make?
And then on the subject of reparations, right? Not that I'm not like somebody who's actively out here like campaigning for reparations, right? But
Yo, David, did you register yet?
if you look at the history, right, there's been many events that have happened throughout history, to certain groups of people, and there has been some type of, like a financial acknowledgement of that, whether you have, like the Chinese when they were in internment camps, or, like the Jews during World War II, you know what I'm saying? Like countries
I just
have
want to know if David is registered yet.
Put it in the
Well,
chat.
what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I mean, because it's illegal that, like if you're a pedophile, you didn't register.
Yeah, that sounds kind of off topic, man. Like,
No. Seriously, man. Everybody, if you see you ain't David Ruffin at the motherfucking park alone, call the motherfucking cops. He's a pedophile.
We didn't even have to go there. We can hold on to that for.
I had to, though.
Keep the thing going and like stuff like that. I'm trying to have a serious. I know I'm fucking this whole stream up, but I'm trying to have a serious thing. So like all the stuff, just put it in the chat. Like try to cut off like other people like when they talk, especially when it's not like, you know what I mean, associated with what we talk about.
Yeah, off-topic stuff kind of gets, it destroys the credibility of the things you're trying to make. So I understand that, yeah, so.
Yeah, Lucky, hold off on that, bud, okay?
Say you niggas need to be more empathetic to RB's point. Right. I see like it's almost RB came out here. He's asking questions. He's asking like real questions. And that's why I was jumping off what I'm doing in the background too. But he's a cool guest. He always is welcome on here. And the things he made, how y'all making it now? The points that he made are valid. These are things I believe he's a young man and stuff like that. And these things a lot of young people don't think about. Like their parents aren't going to be here one day. So what happens? This is a good example, right? For a lot of people that are in low income areas and stuff, right? Say you're in jail. This is a new thing that the system puts in place. The Democrats and shit put in place. When you go to jail, you have to pay for your time in jail. This is somebody that I know, parents, they live public housing and all this shit, right? And when they died, right, they couldn't afford to bury the man. And money that you might think he might have had insurance. I'm crossing this up because I got to do something real quick. The money that you might get inherit from your parents. If you're locked up, guess what? The state gonna take that shit. Gonna take it. And you live in public housing, you're on state assistance. When you die, they come and cash in. So in a lot of these cases, these parents, like the kids can't even afford to bury their ass. I know I gotta mute out. I gotta go run and do something real quick. I'll be right back. But Siberius, you got it. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, RB, you was making some good points though, man. You want to continue what you were saying?
Yeah. But I mean, I like so to what Killer was saying, right? Like, I feel like even just understanding, like, like, because a lot of it, I feel like it's all rooted in the principles. You know what I mean? And if people don't understand the principles of wealth transfer, then that's like how they end up in like destitute situations. Whether it be financially or whatever the case may be, and like that could lead to a multitude of things because we all are aware of some of the things that like poverty can breed, you know what I'm saying? So like I feel like we were discussing earlier, right? Like you guys had said something to the effect of like because your grandfather had did that work, you know what I mean, that is like his stuff, you know what I mean, and that you don't really have
Right.
any type of entitlement to it, right? But like
That's right.
in the same principle, right? Like your father, like he does work to buy a house, and through his work, through his labors, he eventually pays off this house, and that can be transferred to you as son. And even if you were to ask him like during that time why it was that he did those things, like he would probably tell you, oh, I'm trying to support my family, you know what I mean? Like this is what people say like when they ask like what their why is, or like why it is they do something, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I
I have
couldn't
to
really.
fucking interrupt really fucking quick.
Are you gonna say
Okay,
something else about David Ruffin?
no. This is just my whole point. If I was born in, fucking 95, okay? I'm not a motherfucking slave owner. Why should all these conversations even matter? Like, basically, to where, like, oh, we're picking on the white man. Oh, we're picking on this person. You know what I mean?
but
Like, shouldn't the
but
facts
it
already be there that we're not fucking slave owners or we're not fucking this? Or,
but it
like,
doesn't it
that
doesn't
everybody, is going to have to do something. They ain't going to get nothing for free eventually.
it doesn't have to do anything with like, I'm more so talking about the principles of inheritance, you know what I'm saying? Like we're not even really referring to any group of people right now at this particular point in time. Like we're simply talking about the principle of
Yeah, but I
somebody
had to
coming
bring that
into
up
your
real quick. I
family.
had to bring that up. Like,
But
okay, if I'm born in 95, okay, what does that have to do with, my ancestors?
I mean, it only has to do with it, like what it has to do with, you know what I'm saying? So like Killer was saying, like if you have parents, right, and they, God forbid, pass or whatever the case may be, um like they can transfer something to you through will. Like that is the actual, like those are facts. You know what I'm saying? Like there is some type of like connection there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like you can't denigrate that
Oh,
and
I'm stupid, Josh. Let me ask you something, man. I just asked the biggest and most important goddamn question in the last fucking 300 years. What does it have to do with me? I didn't fucking do no shit. I ain't getting no goddamn inheritance that's fucking, on a silver spoon. So what the fuck's that got to do with me? Like, what does this got to do with anything? Because yes, we were talking about race earlier, and we were talking about slave owners. So yeah, I don't think I'm getting off topic here. What does this have to do with me and
but
Siberius and any other white person that's in this chat?
I was asking a specific question
I
in
have no
in
fucking empathy, man.
I
Wow.
was asking a specific question in reference to the notion of things being able to be passed on. You know what I mean? Because in the question of reparations that you guys were talking about, you guys are basically saying that like this labor that was done at this time, that like it has no current
The
bearing
question did make sense.
on the present. You know what I mean? And I don't know that that's necessarily true because like like the White House, right? The White House was built in, at whatever time it was built, but it still stands today. And people operate in that house, and they go in that house, and they keep their stuff there, or whatever the case may be. So like we cannot act like these things like don't like, just because it might be comfortable for us in like everything is has a connection to something, you know what I'm saying? And like I feel like we're kind of speaking about things in a disjointed way, you know what I mean? And like not really taking the fullness of things into perspective.
I'm back. I just found out the person I was talking about earlier about when persons die, the spouse gets the pension. But if the spouse dies and the children are under 18, the children get it. And like when you die, it has to go to probate court if there's no will. But the judge gives it to you, but you still would have to go to probate court and stuff. I don't know what I missed and stuff. I had to run outside to get the deposits and shit. But yeah, then Josh, you want to hop up on here? Oh, Josh is still listening. But you see the things that we talking about now. We're not hearing any of these other people, the Blackity Blacks, the cult leaders, the Hebrew Israelites. None of them. And you see how a lot of us don't know all the facts on this shit. And this shit is important shit. And I'm glad this conversation started because it shows these people that say they're for you aren't giving you this information. For one, they don't know. For two, their lives not in order. For one, Lex Vortex, right? He was getting money. They go back to Africa. They set up a power station, whatever, in Africa. He wanted $1 million something. And niggas was donating to this son of a bitch. But Lex Vortex is homeless. A homeless motherfucker is gonna want money to teach you to go to Africa. And the people can't understand that's a scam. I said it before, like when a lot of Hebrew Israelites, right? Lex is doing this whole Canaanite shit, right? And the motherfuckers dropped the Bible like a bad habit and went over to them. And 2-3 months later, Lex switches gears and jumps on something else. So y'all have to understand that these people are just playing with you for gain. Bottom line, all these motherfuckers that talk black power and all this shit, they're victimizing you. People that want to talk about polygamy and all this shit, they're victimizing you. Polygamy is illegal in the United States for a fucking reason.
That's right. You know, a lot of the people that we're against, like Judah and Rob Rack, man, Judah's not even in this fucking country. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have
Rob
anything.
is a drunk living in a van. And y'all, I mean, maybe y'all watch them for entertainment. They are very entertaining. I'll say that. But like Kim was saying, it's all victimizing.
Yeah, it's people that these people are victimizing you. They're wasting your time. All the time you spend on that debate league, none of that shit's doing nothing for you. Not a fucking thing. They say, "Oh, Killer Me, all you talk about is Judah Natzarah." That's all you talk about. I'm keeping people from destroying their lives. And what did I say when I started doing videos? I'm not your fucking teacher. I'm not your fucking daddy. I got my shit to take care of. My shit to fucking like attend to. Not yours. You're supposed to be learning.
That's my whole point. Whenever RB said rugged individualism, man, I need to tattoo that on my fucking forehead because that's what the fuck I'm about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I help people when I can, of course. I'm one of the most compassionate people ever, you know? But it comes down to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said same here. And it's like, yo, motherfuckers is wasted. Like, these motherfuckers spending hours. Like, Judah Natzarah do a stream for goddamn 10 hours. And this motherfucker's over there listening to him for that fucking whole 10 hours. That whole fucking 10 hours. Now, Judah has a family, got 3 kids. And he doing an 8-hour stream a day and shit. And he says he works. So,
not possible. Not possible. I have a child. I fucking own a company that is an independent subsidiary of another company that I am a top manager in and top producer in. There's no fucking way. You're not on your purpose and being a father and you're able to stream for fucking 12 goddamn hours or 10 hours or however long. I mean, more than 3 hours to me is just bonkers. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the time.
It's like they don't fucking get it. Like a lot of this shit, like I said it before, it's cool to learn about yourself. It's very cool to learn about, right? But you also have things that's going on in your life that you have to deal with now. You have to deal with it now. And none of this shit is doing anything fucking for you. Josh, hop your ass on up here.
Yeah, y'all hop on.
Shit to say. And like I was saying, like with Chris Harris and shit, he made that video the other day and shit. I'm just like, damn. And I'm like, nigga, like, I saw all this shit. I was waiting for it to happen. Pillow talking with Judah Natzarah and shit. And Judah went straight to the motherfucking stream. Went straight to the motherfucking stream and told him, I just got off the phone with Chris Harris and shit. He said he tired of your motherfucking ass. And like, you know what I mean? I know who's on the team and who not. Just because I don't say so. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all know what they motherfucking call me. I just sit here. I just watch y'all do. And it's like, you know what I mean?
Hey, Josh, man, I might talk to Lucky about that. You can't just be throwing curses out there like that. Josh, you're the homie. I'm gonna talk to Lucky about that nonsense. You can't be saying stuff like that. Because Lucky's my homie too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where that came from. I apologize for his behavior.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
I just hate when the conversation like starts veering towards, you know, I mean, like I understand it's gonna get personal at, you know, certain points in time, but it's like, can we deal with the subject at hand? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I mean, this is where Lucky's coming from. Whenever we talk to these other people, you know, and I've talked to them in the past, and they're talking about me individually owing them something. Me as an individual, that's what they're getting at. You know, I have to disagree with that, you know. But of course it sucks. It sucks what's happened in the past. It's an atrocity, it's an abomination. This is true, you know. And
you know, Josh is one of the realest, most motherfucking goddamn nicest motherfuckers I ever known on the motherfucking internet.
That's right. That's right.
Josh is one of the most straightforward fucking, that motherfucker spit nothing but wisdom every time he opened his motherfucking mouth. Straight up. I fuck with Josh 1,000 motherfucking %. 1,000. You don't know Josh.
So
Josh is
like
cool. All the music. Go ahead. I'm sorry, RB. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, man. I got background noise and shit. So you can finish what you're saying.
I was just gonna say almost all the music that Killer B plays on his intros and outros comes from Josh.
Yup. Josh, one of the realest motherfuckers I know. If not the realest motherfucker I know, I'm this son of a bitch. Straight up. Straight up.
Hold on now, Killer. you hurt my feelings. You starting to hurt my feelings a little bit now. Getting personal.
See, I never heard the reparations perspective of like, you know, people out here like I can go up to a person and be like, hey, you owe me, you know what I mean? But like the situations I was saying earlier, where like, you know, you have the Chinese people in the internment camps, or you have the you know, the thing with the Jewish people, like
right.
They got some form of compensation, and it might not have been directly through a person, but it was done through a governing body. You know what I mean? Because they're you know, like that's how governments are supposed to operate. You know what I mean? Like it's like people coming together to say, hey, we need this done, or we need this to happen. You know what I mean? Because we can't do it on an individual level. You know what I'm saying?
Know what I think the issue is the leadership to get it. The leadership that we got to get these things is faulty.
I would agree with that, and I'm not, and I didn't come on here to, you know, extol the virtues of reparations or anything like that. I was really trying to get to the issue of, like getting something through your family, like once somebody passes, like that, like, because I think that's an important principle to understand. You know what I mean? Outside of the
We,
reparations thing, you know what I mean? Like, because just
we
like you
totally
for
we totally agree with you, RB.
yeah, for
Totally
instance,
agree.
it's just like, oh, you were saying.
I said we totally agree with you 100%.
Yeah, yeah. Just for instances, like Killer was saying about, people, like if people passing, and then like there's no money for the funeral, or like it's kind of in limbo, like what's gonna happen with their stuff. You know what I mean? Like those are real things that people deal with on a day-to-day basis. So I just wanted to, get some clarity in regards to that, because I feel like we all have relatives. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure, like, some people have children. Like, you want to ensure that your children are taken care of to a certain extent, and I'm sure, like, you don't want your labors to be for naught. You know what I mean? And that you just were out here working your entire life, and you don't have anything to show for it, or you can't, or your children don't have anything to show for it. Like, that's your progeny. You know what I mean? So it's like you like that should be like that. I feel like that should be highlighted. You know what I mean? Inside or outside of a discussion about reparations. You know what I mean?
Right, right. And one thing that I've always said, and I think it's different down here in the South. I'm in South Carolina. I think it's different south than it is up north. Um, but even like the way that I talk, and the swag and the slang that's in my voice, which is of course a product of my environment. When
It's
I
a
was going up
cultural
in school
thing.
and in the workplace, me and the black guy next to me, there's not a lot of fucking differences. At least in my generation. Now, I will tell you, I've got a friend that's like he's like the master transmission mechanic, and he's like in his 70s, old black guy, and he used to race cars. He used to be like the dude. He was the don when it came to mechanics, and he would win races in here in South Carolina, and they wouldn't even include him in the fucking picture. Like, so racism does exist. It still exists today. Okay. But just like, okay, there's a other side to the coin. These cult leader blackity blacks that kill us against. There's a other side of that. There's these short, fucking pot bellied, short dick white people that think that they're better than you just because they're white. They're just as fucking retarded.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Show
that's
me
used.
your
That's used.
character. Show
Oh,
me
sorry.
your work ethic. Show me your compassion. That's what we should be basing each other's worth on, not something as vague as the color of your skin. And that's sort of my point. Okay, so you're white. Okay, but what have you done? How do you act whenever there is a chance to show compassion to a child or to someone elderly? What are your actions whenever you borrow money? Do you pay it back? Whenever you say you're going to be somewhere, are you there, or are you fucking 2 hours late, or do you not even show up at all? Okay, so that's sort of my stance on everything. I don't give a fuck about words. Show me what the fuck you are. You think you're worth something? Well, show me that you're fucking worth something.
Now that's a good thing you said right there. Let's lead it into something I wanted to talk about today.
We can't hear you.
Oh shit, you can't hear me?
No, you're very faint.
Well, goddamn, this is some bullshit. All right,
I can hear you pretty good. I can hear you pretty good.
All right, I'll just say what I gotta say. I want to show y'all how disgusting these people, like, they was the things that comes out of a lot of these people's mouths is vile. It creates like Siberius was just talking about. Like, it's these short dick white motherfuckers and shit. They're mad at their shortcomings in life, and they want to take it out on somebody else. And it breeds a disgusting hatred, right? And let me tell you something what I did when I was in the cult, right? This wasn't too long ago. I was waiting for a bus, right? This was about 5 years ago, some shit like that, right? And a white man got hit by a car, right? And he's standing there. I sat there and just looked at that motherfucker. Didn't even pick up the motherfucking phone to call 911. Why? Because he deserved what he got for what he did to my ancestors. Now, you see how crazy that type of thinking is? I said that now he didn't get hit like fucking bleeding out the mouth type hit. Like he got bumped, but his ass was on the fucking ground. Right?
Damn.
And I just sat there and looked at that motherfucker. And sat right there and sitting there and waiting. It's just a white folk pulled over, like, hey, you okay? Shit, they called the motherfucking cops and shit.
So I'm just gonna ask a question, and I'm being real genuine here. But so do you think that made up for anything?
No.
Okay.
No.
Ultimately, the idea that you could ever atone for something like slavery through something like that is kind of weak. That's like a little drop of blood. That won't even do a thing.
Absolutely. And I wanted to get that out first before what I was going to talk about shit what Siberians said, but I forgot what you said.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, and what Negi says rings very true. And I'll say this. In the occult, everyone knows that I'm the big occultist, okay? The most powerful force is love, okay? So, yes, you can never pay back something that's as abominable as slavery, okay? So what we have to do is we have to move forward with love. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I love every fucking body based on their character. I don't fucking care what race you are, And that being said, I think that's the only way, which supporting black businesses is a great thing. But I honestly support who's the best at their business,
Yeah. Yep.
There's many poor people of other races that have no opportunity. Go ahead.
What did you say before I had started talking? Because there was something else, but I wanted to say that real quick before I got on it. And I lost my train of thought.
I wanted to air out. I mean, I've had some interactions with some of our, I guess you could call them our enemies, and I was going to air them out for everyone.
No, the last thing you said before I started talking, when I was telling you about the motherfucker getting hit by the car.
I was talking. What was I talking about? Was I talking about people's value is based off of their character and their actions?
God damn it, I missed the thought. But it was one of the key things I wanted to talk about. Shit, I fucking lost it. I don't know. I'm horrible. I'm fucking horrible. But it had something to do. God damn it. Fuck. Shit, I can't think what the fuck it was. Y'all remember what he said before I started running my mouth?
What did I say? I can't remember neither.
I think he was saying something to the effect of damn, I'm blanking too.
Ass burn as a motherfucker and shit. Fucking toast.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that none of us can actually remember what it was, but there has to be something. I mean, when you're going back to the original point of the video, what do these, back to Africa guys want to do? What's their main thing?
The fucking take your time and fucking get your mind fucked up.
Oh, yeah. They want you focused on something else, not the here and now.
Yeah. So it's like, it said, I never want to talk to you. Don't call my ass ever again because you are self-hating nigga.
Hey, let me interject for one quick second. I'm just gonna spit some game real quick. Admiral Shamayam, I'll tell you, I can show you why love is more powerful than math, and that's because love is not is not measurable. There is no metric for love. It transcends numbers. So I want you to sleep on that one.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm trying to get on track. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. I just had to drop that knowledge, man.
So I forgot what I was gonna say before. Like, y'all fucking burnt. I gotta leave this shit alone. Like old girl said and shit. That's plate, but I was talking about the other shit though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying I don't care about your fucking words. People come on their fucking channels and these live streams and talk about, like Rob says he's the fucking Israelite Pharaoh. Man, you're a fucking drunk in a fucking van at your cousin's house. You ain't shit. Everything that fucking let me tell you about KK, because the bitch said some shit personally about me that I really didn't like. And you keep her fucking mouth shut. Let me tell you about this. We'll get into this a little bit. Everything that Rob does for her is nothing but verbal validation. You could fucking design an app for that, okay? Like the great Too Short once said, she's real dumb with low self-esteem, looking for validation from a fucking homeless drunk who blames losing his job from eating a fucking sausage biscuit. Maybe you're a fucking drunk and your priorities aren't straight and you don't know how to show up on time. Maybe that's the fucking case.
There you go.
Yeah, but when someone is in a cult, you know what they're gonna think? They're gonna think I did something quote unquote wrong, and that's the reason why this happened to me.
And here's the thing too. Killer B warned me about Rob, but I was like, nah, man, I think Rob is cool. I think he's a real one. You know what I'm saying? So I tried to like be his boy and go on his shit, and he didn't do nothing but fucking ask me a series of questions that didn't even really make a lot of conjugal sense. But yeah. I humored him because I was like, nah, Rob is cool. Nah, Rob is cool. Okay. And all he did was lead me into a race trap and then get real emotional and kick me off his stream. And then I was like, okay, this is some of that Blackity Black stuff. He's mad at me for something that I didn't do. So I humored him there. I jumped back on, and then he excluded me again. So, Rob, if you listen to this, you're a fucking bum. Okay? Let me tell you something, Rob. I want you to listen to me real close. I can help you, man. You want to come cut some trees? You want to come install some solar? I can get you a job. You get in that fucking Ford Windstar. You drive your happy ass here. I'll even send you the money, man. And here's what we'll do too. I do a lot of work for the McMaster's family in my state. My governor is Henry McMaster's, and his brothers, they got a lot of halfway houses, man. You ain't got to live in a van no more. I'll put you up. I'll come pick you up and put you to work every day. How about that?
See?
You can eat all the sausage biscuits you want, and I won't fire you.
Yup. And he not talking shit either. He's serious. He's serious.
Yeah, he's serious.
Yup. And like it's sad, like, cause
Rob, I'll teach you some life skills. I'll pay you $100 a day under the table, and I'll buy you a sausage biscuit every day, and I'll put you in a house. Drive your happy ass South Carolina, and I'll change your life.
Just as simple as that. Just as simple as that.
So
what's funny is David, I'm very serious. He'd have to let me put it on the live stream though. Yeah. Come on, Rob. I'll put you to work, man, for real. I'll work you from 7 to 4, $100 a day, hour lunch. But you have to fucking eat a sausage biscuit for breakfast for the first 2 weeks.
But don't
be mad when I go on vacation for all the money you made me and I go to the UK. Don't be mad. You can't be mad at it.
Now, what he just said right there, he told me this off stream. He told me this off stream. He's serious. David Ruffin, he's serious. But you know what a nigga do? I ain't working for no goddamn cracker. But they'll go look for a job. Their pride will kill him. The pride will kill him. The pride would kill him.
What's so funny is that I'm fucking dead serious. Killer B knows this. Yeah. Hang on. I'm sitting in my trailer. I'm sitting in my trailer that I'm refurbishing. I'm doing a bunch of work to it. Let me show y'all the work truck real quick. There it is right there. The big fucking Duramax. Look at the panel hitch right there. That's where I put the dump trailer for the trees. It's serious. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Y'all see that?
Oh. See?
All right, I've had my say.
Those were solutions. When I came on YouTube, I was trying to help brothers like, yo, I can easily get your ass a fucking G in your pocket a day. A day. Here, this is how you do it. I gave the motherfuckers the blueprints. Like, here, this is all you gotta do right here. And what I gave them was worth thousands of dollars. Worth thousands of dollars. I was gonna compile it together and put it in the format to sell it. Because it's that valuable. And you know what? I gave it to some motherfuckers for free. You know what they did with it? Shit. They can have their own shit. They can sit in their drawers like me and shit in front of the motherfucking computer all day. And
That's right.
When tour nights, I was making that website and shit to have all this shit on here for motherfuckers that didn't have much, didn't have no job, didn't have like these things and shit, or no talents or whatever. I had shit set up so motherfuckers can help other brothers that do and make fucking money. Johnson telling you, I showed him the shit too. I made a little short video for everybody at tour nights to watch of my plan for tour nights, what I wanted to contribute to tour nights.
I mean, when we do talk about these cults, though, like, I mean, I feel like in a sense, like, it's not really geared for that. You know what I mean? Like, and that, like, so
Yeah.
I definitely get what you guys are saying about, you know, the aspect of individualism and personal responsibility, which I believe, you know, definitely can't be discounted. But I think that these cults, they're kind of not focused on that. They're kind of like externalization type of belief system, you know, and it's like everything happens because of something else, you know what I mean, and it doesn't happen because of you, you know what I mean. And I do think that kind of mind frame can really intercede with a person's personal growth, you know what I mean, and that's a problem.
Can I just interrupt real quick? I'm gonna jump off, but it was nice being with you guys, hanging out, talking.
Yeah.
Peace, nigga. You're always a fucking great guest, man.
Yeah.
One
So
point before you leave, Nate, before you leave, when you was on a debate league and they interviewed you, right?
yeah,
Now,
I remember that.
for somebody that's helping their channel, you joined with them, and they were asking Neggy all types of fucking crazy questions. And one of those questions that stuck with me, they asked them, it had nothing to do with debating or anything. What do white people say when they at the dinner table about black people? And they said, no.
Oh, okay. Hang on, Killer. I'll answer that question.
No.
Listen, man. Ignorance is on both sides. What does your family say about white people when there's no white people around? You can guarantee that it's just as bad on this side. Of course.
But motherfuckers that live normal lives, they're not thinking about that shit.
They're not. No, they're not.
And you know what's so bizarre is when I said that, they didn't believe me. They thought, you know, they're hoping for me to say something, you know, juicy, or it's like, I don't know. What did they want? Did they want me to say a bunch of N-words? I mean,
that shit is crazy. I'm like, yo, people, like normal people, they don't think about that shit. You think a fucking white motherfucker that go to work every day is thinking about some fucking niggas? The white motherfucker that ain't got no job and ain't looking, he thinking about niggas. He thinking about niggas. Just like the nigga and shit that ain't got no job and shit and sit on the internet all day. They talking about the white man all day. When they
yeah, cracker this, cracker that, you know, it's just
Well, misery
anyway.
loves company, man. You
But
know, when people are
I hate
miserable, they hate
to leave.
You know, they're looking for a way out.
I hate to leave on that note, but you know, it's when I was in that little interview, it was an ambush. It was stupid, but you know, I did it because I wanted to see what it was like. I joined that behind Judah's back, of course, because he was playing the almost like parental role, which was creepy and weird. because he was like going behind my back to make it where I couldn't, so I had to go behind his back. Oh well. Anyway, that was just funky and just cult leader-ish, but you know.
All right, Nagy.
I'm gonna let it slide. I'm gonna talk to you guys later. Shalom.
Thanks
Take
for
care.
All right, man. Get your cracker ass out of here.
Hi, Mark.
All right, Nicky. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. It's all good.
Yeah, man. It's like the things that we should worry about, and this is what we supposed to be doing on the internet. Ain't none of these niggas like Chris, right? I'll get right back on Chris's ass. But the fucking, what was it? Team Osiris is on the horizon. And yeah, that was y'all gonna be on the fucking horizon, right? In the fucking beginning. Not doing shit. Always starting. Why ain't you at the motherfucking, the top of the motherfucking sky? You're on the horizon. That means you ain't never gonna get nowhere. You're always gonna be starting. And they said that shit been around 10, 20 years. And what they done? Nothing. And these niggas ain't gonna never do nothing. And when he say, I talk about I'm down on black people and I hate black people, guess what, motherfucker? I'm gonna show y'all one day. I'm gonna show y'all and shit what I done. And I'm gonna bring some people up on here to tell you what I've done, right? These little kids out here that lived in the hood, I gave them the self-esteem to go out there and make things of themselves. I got a lot of them now. They're fucking professional artists, professional clothing designers, professional videographers, professional photographers, fucking one's a model. He was just in a fucking Adidas commercial and shit.
You know what's crazy? Hey, check this out. I sold a $44,000 solar deal to a guy that's like head of PR for the Adidas skateboard, the skateboard side of Adidas.
Wait, say that again?
I sold a solar deal yesterday. Yeah. Who's like head of PR for Adidas skateboards.
Oh shit. For real?
Yeah, I thought about you when I was selling. Yeah, it was a $44,000 solar deal. And I had a trainee. I sold her first deal. And so I have to split the money, but I taught her how to sell solar in the same time. So, you know, not everything is about money. And yeah, he's PR for the skateboard side of Adidas. I thought that was super cool. I thought about you too.
Damn, you have to plug me in on that and shit. I'm trying to do some more events. That's exactly what I need. And that's what I was about to say.
Hey, he was working from the house, man. I can probably give him a call and maybe there's something there for you, man. You know?
I didn't even know the motherfucker and shit. That's just crazy.
His name is Grant. He's half Korean and half Russian.
Oh shit! I might,
do you know him?
I might have his motherfucking contacts. I got mad contacts of motherfuckers in skateboard.
He's head of PR, man. He's doing all the he's doing all the plugs online.
Now check out what I've done in the whole skateboard industry, and I morphed it out into like a little community thing, right? This is what I done for black motherfuckers, right? I quit my motherfucking job because I felt that I could do better, right? Quit the white man. I quit the white man's job. Shit. Motherfuckers say, you crazy. You was a manager. You making this money. I said, but I could do better for myself.
That's right. Well, Killer, let me say this, man, and this is one thing that me and you, we share in common, which is the entrepreneurial spirit. There's no room for a victim mentality when you're an entrepreneur.
Right. Absolutely.
There's just no room. There's no room.
Hey, can I make a point to that?
Go ahead.
So I feel like when it comes to the race thing, right? Like I feel like people are experiencing problems in their life, and then you have some other agency that comes in and says, look, there's the cause of your problems right there. Like it's that person, they did it, and then people are frustrated and they're going through what they're going through. And it seems like they can like they can make that connection, you know what I mean? And they can say, oh, I can see how this person is, you know, like giving me these problems or whatever the case may be. But I do feel like in a sense that like there's always things that you can do on an individual level to improve your situation, right? But then there are things that happen on the collective level too as well. And I don't feel like race is like the biggest issue of like our world or our planet. You know what I mean? I don't feel like that's the biggest thing. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I truly don't. And I definitely recognize that within each, collective of individuals that there are beings that are what we would consider to be good, and then beings that are what we would consider to be bad. You know what I'm saying? So I do give credence to the individual. I give enough respect to the individual to say that like you like are whatever type of person you are. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of where you come from. But I don't think that we have to, you know, like me personally, I want to focus on the individual aspect because I don't like to feel powerless. You know what I mean? So I want to know whatever it is that I can do to make better of my personal situation. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like we don't have to like be one-sided about it. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned the Donald Trump example earlier, right? Like if we were to just look at him and say that everything that has happened in his life is as a direct result of him, then I don't think that we would be telling the full story. You know what I mean? And then I feel like
No doubt.
not telling the full story, that we would be lacking understanding as to what actually created that situation. You know what I mean? And I feel like understanding is really what we should seek in order to deal with some of the problems that we are facing. But I will never like down the individual. Like I personally enjoy being an individual. Like I don't want to be relegated to a group of people. Like I want to stand for myself. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just wanted to.
So RB, so what you said, totally relevant, totally agree with you. But this is this is the standard that you have to hold yourself. Okay, let's say Trump is a billionaire because he comes from a rich father. Okay, but here's what you got to do: you have to hold yourself to such a high standard that I become 100 millionaire, but I'd be like, yeah, okay, you're a billionaire, but I'm 100 millionaire from fucking scratch. Okay, and I'm way fucking cooler than you. You're a fucking nerd. Like that's how I would hit that.
Yeah, that's a better story. I'm not gonna hold you. That's definitely a better story.
Yeah, that's the. And if you hold yourself to that standard, even if you don't, just like that corny shit, aim for the moon. If you miss, you land in the stars. Well, that's kind of true. Hold yourself to such a standard that even if you fail, you'll be better off than if you worked a 9 to 5 for the so-called white man.
Right. And you know what?
I'd rather say powers that be than that.
Well, I'm just trying to relate to our enemies that are totally going to watch this.
Let me get before I lose it. Like when I was saying I quit my job, right? Because I said I could do better. I was mad. Know why I was mad? Because they didn't give me a raise, or they wasn't paying me what they paid the last motherfucker that was doing that I replaced, and they wasn't paying me nowhere near, not even half. They were paying me like half of what the motherfucker job I was doing that had quit, because they wouldn't give him the money he wanted, right? And he was making twice as me. Now I'm doing his job literally twice as better. I doubled his sales. Then the following year, I doubled my own sales, right? Now I had to evaluate it. I was mad at it, the goddamn cracker and shit. These motherfuckers is racist. That I had to think about it. When I went in there, I knew what I was worth. But like most black people, they go apply for a job, right? And you're not selling yourself. you're just giving yourself to them. So you don't put down how much money you want. You let them decide how much they want to pay you. And when they tell you, you go, yep, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you start working. And 6 months down the line, you mad because you're doing all this work and they're not paying you enough. And you see a white person come up in there, they start them off with more money than you got. But, and this is where it comes in too, a lot of white people, parents know how to do business when with employment and stuff like that. They know how to sell themselves for what they're worth. Like, hey, I want this and such and such and such. Not just leave it blank. You know, like the applications back in the day, they ask you how much you want. Black people leave that shit blank for fear of not getting the job.
But Killer, I feel like that goes into recognizing your value too as well. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I didn't recognize my value. Like I knew who I was, but I didn't know how to sell myself. Right? And when you go on a job, you're selling yourself. Right? And I quit being frustrated. But afterwards, it taught me a lesson, and I wasn't mad. I'm not mad at those people no more. They was right. And it goes back to the Xbox thing that I said earlier. When you got a $500 Xbox, but you sold it for $50. But now you mad because you find out it was worth $500 and you want your money. And the nigga in the line telling you to kick rocks. Right? And that's exactly what happened. But I'm not mad no more. I'm happy. And it taught me a lesson. I no longer have to go apply for a fucking job again. Yeah, like it's too late for that shit. I wish I learned that shit years and years and years ago. Right? So after that, I wanted to do a lot of community things, right? I wanted to show what this lifestyle has done for me. Like, right? I started wanting to do my own skate events. So my boy, he was a assistant of the mayor, right? And he was telling me, oh, you got to go to the Park and Recs department when they have their meetings, and they'll give you the permit and stuff to do the event, right? I went there. There were 2 old black dudes on the panel. They shut me down. All the white people was for it. 2 black dudes shut my shit down. And I'm mad as fuck. But I did it with no motherfucking permit. And I stayed doing them with no fucking permits. Right? And I was like, yo, I'm not even going to do it at the skate park. I'm doing this shit out in the streets. And I was getting 50, sometimes 100 motherfucking kids. Damn, motherfuckers. 50 to 100. Yeah, motherfuckers. 50 to 100 motherfucking kids out in the motherfucking streets. And I was hitting up these PRs, it's like Siberians was talking about, from all these major brands. And you're not supposed to get that product unless you own a shop, a store, and you making orders. I'm telling these motherfuckers, and a lot of these I had help. I got help with people in the industry and shit, right? And these motherfuckers just started sending me product. I was giving out $2,000 worth of shit to these kids every fucking event. Everybody was leaving with something. And what I was doing, I would do them in low-income neighborhoods. I was doing them in the hood. I have a skate event in the fucking hood. And there was kids that I met, like these 2 young kids, right? They had one fucked up ass, like department store skateboard. And they were out there, they were trying to ride it. They were sharing it. And I came over to them, I told them I skate, and I was showing them like where they should put their feet and shit. They were like, they was hyped on it. I said, no, and I was gonna walk away, and I was like, yo, go to my boy's shop over here and tell him I sent you. And he gonna give you a board. So they went over there, right? Told him, I called my boy up. I'm like, yo, give the motherfuckers a board and shit. Just put on my tab. I paid for it next time I come down. Right? Now they got one board. And they were sharing the shit. And then one of the parents got them another one, right? So now they both had one. And they started skating and shit. But one of them, the parents let me give them lessons and shit. That was cool. And the kids started really liking what that shit was all about. They started to meet other kids that do it out there in that area, and where they would never deal with black kid, would never deal with a Puerto Rican kid. Now this Puerto Rican kid does the same thing, and you know his friends are in gangs. The other kids' friends are in gangs, but they not in no gang. They just like to fucking skate. So like they click up, and they from two different sides of town, and then you get a white kid and shit from the upper the higher economic level area. Now that kid coming in the hood, and now those kids from the hood going to his area, right? And with my events, I was doing them in places to show the community there's something out there for these. There's something else other than gangs, drugs, and basketball. Because a lot of these motherfuckers, it's another example, right? When I started that shit up, I knew a guy who was in the music industry and shit. He used to help me out a lot when I was DJing and all this shit. He started a nonprofit where it was against gun violence in the community, right? And I done like $500 worth of shit to his first like little event. This kid got murdered, and out here this like 12-year-old kid got shot for like no reason. And I saw what they do. I'm like, all these motherfuckers do is hand these kids a fucking basketball. And I'm a basketball, and like, here, little niggas, eat this pizza and go on about your business. And I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. Like, everybody don't play basketball and shit like that. So he saw one of my events and the impact that it made. People were stopping me on the fucking street, like, yo, what's going on here? I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this skate event. And they're like, yo, this is great. Yo, you should get a hold of the city for them to help you. I said, I did. And they turned me down. Right?
That's some bullshit.
Yeah. And now I was doing it for the black kids, like poor Latino kids, Hispanic kids and shit, right? And all the thing I advertised, all that shit on Facebook. And I was getting kids from upstate Connecticut. Parents was driving them down for that shit in the fucking projects. I was doing skate events in the fucking projects. Motherfuckers selling drugs and shit. And they had one dude out there. He's like the hood, like community dude or whatever. And then there was a cop out there that was parked up. But the cop, it looked like the cop was gonna fuck with us. But the cop was just sitting there. The dude, I went out there the day before and cleaned up the area. They were like, yo, what the fuck you doing? I said, yo, I'm having a skate event here. I'm cleaning up all these rocks and pebbles and shit. Motherfuckers gonna fuck themselves up, right? He was like, yo, what? Yo, that's dope. Like, you know what I mean? And he was like, yo. He said, yo, so you got a permit? I was like, nope. He was like, yo, that's what's up. And I found out that there was a cop that be in the area. He told the cop was out there just chilling, watching this, making sure nobody bothered us. We ain't had no motherfucking permits. And he saw me giving out all the shit to the kids. And I thought the cop was going to fuck with us. But the motherfucking cop just sat there and just chilled there watching us until it was over. And when we was done, he just pulled off. And it just showed the community was coming out and telling me the good that I was doing for the community and that I should do more of these, right? I did about 8 of them. At the end of this shit, I gave out about $25,000 worth of shit. Sneakers, jeans, belts, hats, socks, motherfucking skateboard decks, wheels, trucks, DVDs, fucking CDs, stickers, posters, all types of shit, right? Everybody was getting something. And guess what? The next year, the city contacts me on fucking Facebook, right? And I wasn't going to reply. Motherfucker, my boy forced me to. And those were the first words out of my mouth. What's your fucking budget? I made those motherfuckers give me a $500 check. And I took that $500. Now, none of these events I made any money on. Not one of those events cost me $5 to do. And I just proved what motherfuckers got nonprofits and all this shit talking about we need money to do this. You don't need money to do shit. And I didn't even want the neighborhood skate shops in the areas to be in on it because I'm not advertising for their business when they're making money off of these motherfuckers and not putting nothing in it. And towards the end, I had like people doing like I was bringing in musicians like DJs, punk rock bands, rap groups. I had motherfuckers coming from Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania. I had fucking world-class motherfucking DJs coming for free. For free. So when a motherfucker tell me I ain't about my fucking people, I want Chris Harris to tell me what has he done for black people. I got all my receipts on that shit. I can show you all the flag. I can show you all the motherfucking emails. And when you had, I worked for the Do Easy campaign, which was Lil Wayne and Mountain Dew. It was the biggest ad campaign Mountain Dew has done in their whole fucking history.
I remember when I was a kid, and I was at the mall and I saw a poster talking about Lil Wayne being with Mountain Dew. What was his catchphrase? Do the do or some shit like that. Yep. Just do what you do.
Check out what the fuck happened. They contacted me. Like, I wasn't interested. I was like, yo, I'm not into like corporate motherfuckers coming in the skateboard. Like, right? That's like a motherfucker that ride Harleys and shit, like supporting Kawasaki motorcycles. Like, you know what I mean? Like a Harley is like a lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a commercial thing. So it's a music exec that he works for like Arista Records or some shit like that. I forgot what the company was, right? Dude contacted me. Now, I know now I'm dealing with some real corporate shit, and I don't know how to handle it. I'm like, yo, I don't even know what to say to this motherfucker or whatever. My boy was like, yo, just tell him what you do and stuff and how you can help him and shit, like, right? So I did it. I wrote a long ass email and shit. Long story short, I gave him too much fucking information. I didn't know anything about non-disclosure agreements. And by the time I learned, it was too late, right? And he was supposed to support this other event. I felt like the biggest sellout putting that Do Easy shit on my fucking fire, right? And what their goal was to build a skate park in Miami, Florida, and New Orleans in the hood for the underprivileged kids to have a place to skate and all this stuff, right? Now, I'm like, all right, fuck with it. So I told the dude, I'm like, yo, I'm the motherfucking authority, nigga. Like, everything I tell shit what to move and what not to move. Like, I really got that type of shit in the industry, like, at that time. And I was like, yo, I have everybody in the whole United States don't support this shit. I said, in the first place, they don't want to support it anyway. I told them right off the rip. Like, there's no skate shops are really going to push them because it's corporate. And you're really not here to do anything for these motherfuckers. So the motherfuckers didn't give me all my shit. He said, oh, we didn't get the money yet to give you all the promo and stuff. He said, but I got this other event. I can sing you the promo. I was like, I don't want that shit. Motherfucker, what the fuck I look like advertising some other shit and you didn't support this. Like, right? And it comes to, long story short, I quit. I said, yo, fuck you. This shit ain't gonna never get the fuck off the ground. And like, I sent everybody emails. It was like, yo, we was gonna do that shit anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? But what these motherfuckers ended up doing was, and I learned this is what marketing companies and shit do. This guy, he owned a real big marketing agency called Glue Agency, right? GLU Agency. And y'all can look that shit up. And they get the money, multi-million dollars now for this ad campaign. And a couple of brands I worked for, one of them was a manufacturer, and they wanted them to make the boards, right? The Do Easy boards, and put their motherfucking logo on there. So how they do this, they try to get everybody to give the shit for free so they don't have to spend the money. So it's called co-branding. So the manufacturer makes the boards, put their logo on it, and put the Do Easy logo on it. So the brand is getting their exposure next to Do Easy, right? So they're getting the exposure, but they're going to have to pay for it. While Do Easy don't have to pay for it because they're doing all the work for them, and they get to keep the money in their pocket. So it's like, I figured out, like, yo, this is some bullshit right here. Like, these niggas is really scheming. And know what they did with the skate park? They built a shitty ad. They didn't do the one in Miami. They did the one in New Orleans. Y'all can look it up. A little shitty $25,000 skate park. My boy builds skate parks all around the country and shit. He just built Bam Margera's skate park at his house like 6 months ago and shit, right? He's telling somebody.
Damn.
And he was like, yo, that's like a $25,000 park. I was like, damn. I was like, these motherfuckers got multi-million-dollars. Know what the motherfuckers did? They had the pros, P-Rod and Lil Wayne, and they had Mountain Dew, gave them everybody Mountain Dew, and they had the mayor and everybody. They did the ribbon cutting, and the park never opened up the next day. So all they did was spend $25,000 on a park and got all the media there to show that Mountain Dew and Lil Wayne cares this much about the kids, right? And the next day, so that's what they need. So this shit went global. It went global, went around the world. But the next day, the park never opened. And the excuse they gave, Lil Wayne didn't want to pay for the insurance. And there's nobody there to watch the kids skate. Like, which is just stupid. Like, people play basketball, there ain't nobody there to supervise the basketball court. Like, you know what I mean? And so what they did was this is what marketing, multimedia is just all about. Is presenting the effect of it. You know what I'm saying? Just like Judah will portray he's a Torah teacher, right? But we all, the real niggas, me, Josh, Killer Pete, me, Josh, motherfucking Siberius, Nagy, we know that motherfucker ain't no goddamn Torah teacher. But tell that to the rest of the world. Tell that to the 1,000 subscribers he got. Know what I'm saying? So now it looks like these niggas did all this shit for the motherfucking poor ass kids when they didn't do nothing. It was a marketing scheme.
Hey, Killer.
Damn.
You think they got the idea from you?
Huh? Well, right now I'll watch them do tour and see them doing street skating competitions out in the street. That's what I was doing. I was the first nigga to do that. And my other boy that's in Atlanta, he had a brand called Chilio clothing. Y'all can look that shit up, right? And Red Bull came to him on some same type shit. And he did the same shit he did for the love of the fucking lifestyle. Told him all this shit. No non-disclosure agreement. And they took his idea and left him out of it and had the nerve to invite him to an after party.
Killer.
That's
Yo.
nefarious.
Killer.
Yeah.
As soon as I get this solar deal installed, I might need to get Grant on this, man. He might be able to take this information and take it up the chain of command and maybe get you a big Adidas deal or something and actually help some fucking kids.
Now, but check this out. Let me finish this up, right? So
Okay.
now the world looks, Dweezy's a hero, right? It never opened, right? It never opened up. But guess what? The national news, all the cameras, and the video fucking graphers, they're not there anymore. This is a hood. They got local news. So it's only local news. So when the people protest it and want to talk about it, it gets nowhere. It don't leave that city.
Damn.
Nation don't leave the city. But people in Japan knew about it. Motherfuckers in Texas, goddamn California, Canada, knew that Dweezy did this shit for these little kids in the hood. When they really didn't. It was just used just for that. Now, this is the same shit that these niggas Sonetter, the same shit that motherfucking fucking goddamn that blockhead Kansu nigga and shit, that fucking Team Osiris bullshit, that motherfucking debate league bullshit. That's all it is.
So basically, what you're saying is that they're trying to put on a front of,
Right. And they're not doing shit. They're not doing nothing. What Sonetter done in all these years? I'm not saying he have to, but he present himself as that. If he would have said, yo, I'm just a nigga getting money, talking about this black shit, right? I'd be cool with that. don't say revolutionary. Don't say you a motherfucking pro-black fucking community leader and you for the motherfucking people and all that bullshit.
You got so much knowledge, but you want to charge $106 for a fucking book.
There you go. There you go.
He ain't trying to help nobody but his goddamn self.
And he had to have the nerve to put that shit and it'd be a pamphlet, a bunch of photocopies.
Yeah, not even a published bound book.
So this is the shit Killer BB trying to explain to y'all motherfuckers. This is the shit. What is that shit doing for you? Nothing. I can show all my receipts of the shit I've done. I can show all my fucking receipts. Major brand. I can show you emails for motherfucking double gold medal, fucking X Games, fucking winners, all that shit. That fuck with me. Jake Brown. I know Jake Brown personally. I got the motherfuckers. You look up Jake Brown and shit from X Games. I got his fucking phone number. I built all this shit up on my own. I did this all myself. Nobody helped me with this shit but me. And guess what? That $25,000 worth of shit I gave out, or those motherfucking 8 events I did, none of that shit cost me any money. I spent $5 maybe on 3 events. And the $5 was for somebody to help bring some fucking product to the motherfucking event for me. And that $500 I got from the city, they had some event and they was like, yeah, we see what you were doing online and we want you to help us out with this shit. Because the city was going through some shit. They were trying to get money. It was a motherfucker. They paid $1 million to tell the city what they should do to help the city get more money. They paid that motherfucker $1 million. And he said, oh, just bring artists and shit in here. That's all the nigga did. Like, got $1 million. I got 500 motherfuckers. And know what I did with the 500? My boy Paul Barnum, you can look him up. He would have been a pro BMX if he ain't get hurt and shit. That's my boy.
I've heard his name before.
I got him hooked up with mad brands and shit. You know Adam 22? I know Adam 22 from No Jumper.
What?
Yeah. he had a website called The Come Up and shit before he started doing that. You look it up. He had a big BMX fucking website called The Come Up, where he was showcasing all these BMX riders and all that shit. Right? So, yeah, Adam 22, he's from New Hampshire. And where I was going with this and shit. And where I was going. Yeah. But damn, I forgot where I was going. Motherfucker.
Adam 22, you know Adam 22.
Yeah, Paul Brown, I was talking about Paul Barnum and shit. But
right.
These kids, oh yeah, with the money I did with the 500. This kid's mother, she didn't understand how the industry run. When you're an AM or an amateur or you get on Flow, what's called Flow, is just like you're the sponsor. All you do is get free shit. You don't get no bread. Free shit. The motherfuckers might pay for a contest entry or some shit like that, right? You ain't get no bread, but you just getting a whole bunch of free shit, right? And so his mother, I was like, I explained to her and shit, like he don't get any money until he turns pro. So he came to the event. It was just for any kid to just go there and skate, whatever. I gave $100 to my boy to bring some ramps down there and shit. Then he would have done it for free, but I just gave him $100. I gave $200 to Paul Barnum. I made sure I gave it to him in front of his mom, right? And his mother was gonna cry to see her son, like, know what I mean, making something for what he done. There was another kid, Ant DeLito and shit. He was a skateboarder. I gave him the other $200. Actually, I kept like $40 out of that motherfucker. I brought like 2 30 packs and shit. And got fucked up. That was my victory fucking shit. Like treating myself to a fucking 30 pack. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And gave the rest of the shit away. It's like, and y'all niggas tell me I ain't for my motherfucking people. Shit. I want to see all motherfuckers done. Y'all niggas got claim to have deep businesses and make all this motherfucking money. Put up or shut up. Put up or Just shut up.
That's right.
Hey, who was saying that, Killer?
Chris Harris. Say, I'm against black people and shit. I talk negative on motherfucking niggas and all this fucking dumbass shit. But really and shit, the motherfucker's mad at the information I present that he can't disprove.
You're against the negative shit that's keeping people's down, but it's their mind. It's nothing physical.
None of this shit, none of that old African bullshit means shit today. None of it.
Hey, Killer. So what information is it that you present that that Chris Harris can't like refute or?
So we were talking about he did this thing with what do you call the shit? The motherfucking Dr. Henry Clark, right? And he was talking. Dr. Henry Clark was talking about how the white man stole everything out of Africa. Then you bring nothing, contribute shit to it, and that religion. Why I want to learn religion when I know religion came from Egypt and all this fucking other shit. Like, right? I'm like, Chris, this stuff. Basically, how I looked at it, I was like, yo, Chris, I hear what he said, but there's a part that I don't think people pay attention to. It's how he said, like, Africa had all these resources and all this stuff, and white men came in there, and every other nation came in there and stole from it. And they went out and did they shit with it. Like, right? And left Africa to die, basically. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, yo, like, the people listen to this as if the black people put all the minerals and the gold. Like, they'll say, oh, black people are great because the land is great. Right? The creator put the land there. Black motherfuckers ain't put that shit there. You know what I'm saying? The black people didn't put the gold and the diamonds and the uranium and all that bullshit in the fucking ground. The creator did that shit. And now, if the Africans didn't know what the fuck to do with it, that's their motherfucking problem.
Hey, but Killer, right? So, like, you familiar with like in Texas, right? How they have like, you know, oil tycoons and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And that, like, if somebody finds oil on their property, then they like they're able to profit for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can take that oil to market and like it's theirs in essence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like a motherfucker, you get oil in your backyard, right? What the fuck you gonna do with it? You gotta get somebody to deal with it. And if you're not in a position to make all that stuff happen where you get the bulk of the money, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to hire somebody to do that. Or
I mean, I feel like I can comprehend kind of like the perspective, like where it's coming from, because like I try to look at how people have viewed the like land, you know, like over time. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that there was like in antiquity, there wasn't, you know, so much of a notion of trying to like make commodity of like different resources and things like that. You know what I mean? And that's like a relatively new idea. You know what I mean? So I do feel like if somebody comes into a land and like tries to like take all of its resources, you know what I mean, and not really contribute back to it, or like the people who like reside to that land, or, you know, have some type of connection to that land, like I don't think that's a beneficial way of being. You know what I mean? I don't think that is like a balanced way of, you know, like existing in the universe. You know what I'm saying?
you right.
Well, let me say something, and I mean this with all the sympathy in the world. I'm not trying to trigger nobody, but I'm going to say something that this will make you feel bad, and it may trigger you. Okay? There are winners and there are losers. Plain and simple. Okay? People have been taking other people's lands since humans have existed. Okay? If you don't want to get your land took, then you need to be the one with the bigger guns. That's the reason why we listen to the police, not because there's some supernatural power that makes them more powerful than you. It's because they have more guns than you. That is the cold, hard truth.
And that is
something. Yeah, it's straight up. It's called survival of the fittest.
Okay. Can we do an analogy real quick? Like, if you have some.
Yeah, real quick. Let me speak on that real quick. I hear y'all sides and stuff, but with the time, the people is not. I'm not saying about the guns thing, but I'm saying the people have to properly prepare themselves for things. Like, you know what I mean? And yeah, there should be some give back, but that shit is negotiated with taking. But a lot of these things, the people ain't coming in and killing everybody and building oil wells and shit. Know what I mean? No, that's not the case most of the time. But the case most of the time, you got corrupt politicians, corrupt leaders, and people not properly negotiating. Like I said, I went and got a job and didn't know how to sell myself. Didn't know how to close the deal. So I got the short end of the stick.
That's right. You don't know how to close a fucking deal.
Yeah,
that's a big thing. That's a big thing with me. Closing the deal.
I feel like
you can't close.
I feel like it's like interfacing in like a different space though. You know what I mean? Like if culturally you don't have a reference for these kind of things, you know what I'm saying? Or like how to make a deal, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like I just.
But it's 2020 now. Everybody got that.
Yeah, but I question.
If you got Google, you got it.
I question like the validity of it. Like just because everybody does it, like I don't know if that means that is necessarily the way that things should be done. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's kind of what Siberius was saying is like it's all done by the might of the sword. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's what it is.
It's not about if I'm right or wrong. It's just like, well, I can like so the comparison I wanted to use, right, is like you have a kid, your kid comes home from school, he's like scuffed up or whatever, right? And like some bully like pushes him over and takes his sandwich or whatever, right? Yeah. So you're gonna tell that kid like, oh, like it's survival of the fittest, you know what I mean? Like it's about whoever has the bigger weapon, you know what I'm saying? Like
I mean, yeah, I understand.
I don't know if that's a good principle, like because we have to think about these things like communally, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, we all share a space, you know what I mean? And it's like, what do we want that space to be like, you know? And what do we want the principles of that space to look like, you know what I'm saying? And if we could keep perpetuating these ideas, then it's just going to be like things are going to exist in a particular way. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Now, I don't agree with just taking over people's shit and what like that. But a lot of these cases, motherfuckers ain't doing that shit today. Like, they negotiate and motherfuckers is fucking real. Even with the Indians, like when the Indians are like, all right, we give you this gun for 5 million pounds of gold. Like shit, we got a whole bunch of that shit. We need that gun. Well, they go get the motherfucker that 5,000 pounds, 50,000 pounds of gold. They had no use for that motherfucking shit. And just like me, I'm a frugal motherfucker. Like I'm frugal as fuck. Y'all can tell by my internet connection. I don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Back in the day, I'll go to up with credit, they be throwing something out and shit, like your old computer or some bullshit. Oh, that shit broke. Right? And like that shit ain't broke. All you need. He said, I don't got time for that shit. Like, I was like, well, let me get that motherfucker in there. Like, all right. Then they come to my house and I'm fucking recording music on that motherfucker. I got a mixer hooked up to that motherfucker with a mic. I'm recording music and shit. And they looking at like, yo, that's my fucking computer. I'm like, yeah, nigga. I said, yeah, it is. You gave that to me, thanks.
Not no more. Remember, you wanted to throw it away, remember?
I'm making money. Motherfuckers coming in, giving me $25 an hour and shit. Record their motherfucking ass and all types of shit. And now they mad and they want their shit back or they want some money. Like, no, nigga. You said you didn't need it and you gave it up.
That's
You
right.
didn't see the value in it. You didn't see the value.
That's right. And then they see that motherfucker working like a charm. They want to feel some kind of way.
Yeah, now they feel some kind of way. Oh, fuck Killer B and shit. Whole ass nigga. That shit crazy. That shit be crazy as shit. But like, that's not like really say like that like oppression shit. That's just fucked up. What they be doing in Africa, but it be Africans. But they say what the white man back on. Man, get the fuck out of here, shit. So these motherfuckers live in the land and they turning on their own motherfucking people. But we over here turning on our own motherfucking people.
That's why
Liberia. Somebody put that in the chat a little earlier. The white man gave you motherfucking Liberia, motherfucker. We got our own motherfucking country in Africa right now. We got our own country in Africa right now, Liberia. Who want to go there?
Is that true?
The people live there don't want to live there.
Is that true?
Live around it don't want to go in there. Where General Butt Naked at. Liberia is a place that was built by fucking black people. The white man would feel bad for the slaves and shit. Say, if they want to go back to their home, we're going to make a state for them. They could go on back there. And they went back there, but a lot of the motherfuckers died from disease because they was over here too long and they wasn't, like, you know what I mean? Just like I read the video on the Paulo Mayambe and the Cuban, this story about how the slaves came to Cuba. When the slavery was over in Cuba, the motherfucking slaves, some of the motherfuckers went back to Africa. They turned their motherfucking asses right back around and went right back to Cuba. They're like, fuck that. I don't want to live this motherfucker.
Hey, but so like what you were saying earlier about the corrupt politicians or whatever, like that's very much true. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I personally I don't think making it a race issue is a beneficial perspective. You know what I'm saying? But we can still look at the behavior, or we could look at the actions and like give an evaluation of them and say whether or not that is a good thing to do or not, you know, like across the board. You know what I'm saying?
And you got like the Chinese going over there, right? They mad at the Chinese. The Chinese helping them motherfuckers. Yeah, they're gonna help them and give them shit, but they want their shit too. That shit ain't supposed to be an even fucking thing if they got to do all the fucking work. If you got something I want and shit, and I want to buy it at the value of the motherfucker, you think I'm gonna give you double of that? I gotta build you fucking hospitals. I gotta build you all this motherfucking shit. And that's what the motherfucking Chinese people doing. They helping these motherfuckers out. Like the Ebola when the fucking goddamn coronavirus shit. The French went over there and built fucking shit to get ready to prepare to help these motherfuckers. And the goddamn Africans burned the motherfucking down from listening to fucking Americans on social media.
But okay, like I think we also do have to evaluate, like in a certain sense, like what qualifies as help, right? Because I think there's kind of like an idea going around that like West is best, you know what I'm saying? But like a lot of the you know machinations of the Western world, like they've caused like great imbalances to our planet. You know what I mean? Like a lot of our water is polluted, like the air is polluted, you know what I'm saying? Like we're dealing with things like climate change, you know what I'm saying? Like so like when we say that these people are being helped, like is that really in true? Like are we even helping ourselves? You know what I'm saying? Like are they even helping themselves? You know what I'm saying? Like if all it comes to it is like the commodification of land and resources, and you know all resources get drained, and then there's no type of replenishing. Like to me it just seems like like imbalanced. You know what I'm saying?
Now these people have to prepare themselves, but they supposed to think ahead. All they have to do is look around the world. Okay, I give this motherfucker this land to get this oil. What's gonna be the outcome of it?
But to me it sounds oh my bad.
The motherfucker that's gonna buy the land is not gonna tell you. When you go buy a fucking car and shit, and the motherfucker knows the engine usually gets fucked up at 150,000 miles and that shit got 100,000 miles on it, the person that's selling you the car ain't gonna tell you that. He's trying to get rid of the fucking car. It's up to you to look that car up and see what all the bad things are that car is. Was there a recall on it? The information, you have to do that. And like, as fucked up as it sounds, like, you know what I mean? It is fucked up, a lot of this shit. And you doing business, yeah, I need this gold. Well, if he taking this gold, it's gonna fuck this land up and shit. The motherfucker that got the corporation, that nigga, he really don't give a fuck about that. He don't live there. It's up to the people that's selling it to him to make things on it.
I feel like in a sense, like we're kind of like, you know, prescribing that people catch up, you know what I mean, and that they get with the program, you know what I mean. But in saying that, I think we also should look at what the program is producing, you know what I mean, and if it produces something that is truly beneficial. Now, I would say that, you know, like certain things like are beneficial, and I would even say that certain things are just tools, you know what I mean, and it's not even about what's being implemented so much as it is how like how it's being done, you know what I'm saying. But I just like, in terms of like prescribing and saying, oh, like these people should do this or whatever the case, like we gotta like evaluate things in a larger perspective, you know what I'm saying. Like look at what the end result of these things are, you know what I'm saying.
Yes, but people don't they don't look at it. The politicians, the people that's in charge, they just want the money. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that mentality is kind of I don't think it's beneficial.
That's on both sides. That's on both sides. You know who loses? The little guy and shit. Little motherfucker lose. The African tribes and shit or whatever that's out there. That what their opinion don't matter because the government owned the land basically. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna say what the fuck going on, or they're gonna convince the chief. Like, you know what I mean? That shit gonna trickle down, and it's gonna be a motherfucker trying to get.
That's just the nature of the way things are, you know.
And ain't shit. That shit gonna always go on.
You know, a lot of these cult people, they, you know, they always are about some sort of religion, you know, like the Hebrew Israelites. But
they're playing major role on that shit. Yep.
Yeah, but when someone comes in and takes your land or whatever, where was your God then? There's no natural law that'll keep someone from overpowering another person. You know what I'm saying? That's why if y'all watch my channel, I tell you that God or the universe doesn't give a fuck about you. And this is true. Unfair shit happens to people all the time. There's no natural physical law that impedes someone from overpowering another person, whether it's morally ethical or not.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on something that somebody has said in the comments about like West is best, and if not, like why do all people like choose to come over here? Like
Right.
I think we have to look at like how it is that you know, the West kind of interfaces with like these other type of ways of living, you know what I'm saying? Like me personally, I feel like there should be space for tribal people, you know what I mean, to like live a tribal lifestyle, because I don't think the tribal lifestyle has a negative impact on the way that people live world over, you know what I'm saying? Like those people have a tendency to be very in touch with their like their personal way of life and like even their relationship to the land, like, and that's cultivated over like many years. But like what the West does is it like, and I'm speaking in generalities, of course, because I don't want to just like you know but what I feel like it is done in the West a lot of times is that they go into these spaces and then they take the resources and they find a way to make commodity out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were to ask the people of Hawaii, right, like the people who live there, like I would imagine that they're not, like the way in which they interface with the land, like they're not happy with what's happened about it now. But like it, like they're kind of being forced in a tense, you know what I mean, to like catch up or get with the program. But this program, it doesn't necessarily produce like, you know, like America has all these like these school shootings and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's something imbalance like going on in there. You know what I mean? That's producing these type of results. Yet we're like in a rush to tell people like, yeah, you got to get with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, what exactly are we getting with? You know what I'm saying?
You talking about Hawaii?
Can I answer our buddy in the chat?
Yeah.
So I'll break it down for you. And then of course this is all firsthand information for me when we get into the occult. I'm sidetracking a little bit. I just want to answer the question. So indifference is just what it is. That's not a force. That's the way things are. Love is the force. Okay, love, which is the positive spectrum of the law, that is the generational law of care. And nothing happens without something caring about something. Does that make sense? Indifference is just what it is. That's the playing field is indifference, and the baseball bat is love, creating a cause and effect.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
It's like care is the great architect, right?
Right. You said you said architect?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it. Yep. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. There's a lot of this crazy shit, man. And like another thing the motherfuckers like they harp on is the Bible, right? Now, Sister Cherry, I wish Sister Cherry's on here right now. But Sister Cherry did a stream the other day. She cut that motherfucking shit down. Like she was talking about with shit, goddamn, burning this shit be fucking me up. I gotta cut that shit out. Fucking like it's all the Bible is stolen from fucking Kemet, right? Okay, if they stole it, what's so bad about it then? What makes the book bad? If they stole it, they took all the shit from Kemet, and Kemet is so good and perfect. What makes that book bad? What makes it bad?
That's a good question.
Now, yeah, that's like saying you stole it and they using it, motherfuckers. So what's so bad about it then? Just because they stole the information? And like I was trying to tell Chris, I'm like, all that shit, like with Northern Africa, and like that's why I want you to talk about Josh Hawaii. The Northern Africa was populated by all types of people. Was there since the beginning of the fucking time. And that education and stuff people gathered, the things they shared made those places great. Right? And I made a video about the sub-Saharan African, didn't know what the wheel was until the white man got there in the mid-1800s. He fucking went off the handle. I'm like, Chris, it's true. You trying to put it on no fucking wheel? Not in sub-Saharan? No. I'm like, nigga, that's the fact.
I think when we talk about like Africa, we kind of do it in like a blanket term, but there's like a multitude of groups of people who live there. You know what I'm saying? And they all have their own levels of technological advances. You know what I mean?
And that's what I explained in the video. You always trolling. I'm like, I ain't trolling. I'm telling the truth. Right? Now, this is what Chris does. He got it all in his mind, already made up what he think. And fuck what you saying out your mouth. He not even listening to that shit. So he's trying to tell me, I like, you watch the video, you sounding stupid right now, motherfucker. If you watch the video, I explained what it was. Right? And I wasn't making fun of this shit and anything. I did you had a prayer-reviewed fucking article and all that shit. These niggas is shit with all the scholastic shit. These motherfuckers don't know. They just learn this shit online. Like I was telling them how black people using premise. I said, you get 50 goddamn black families. And in 50 years, you can find that premise was never in their motherfucking, the word premise never fucking rolled off their motherfucking lips.
Hey, killer, I gotta get off. Gotta get off here soon. So I'd like to just say some, leave it on a positive note, and
Okay.
sort of ramble here. First, I just want to answer Admiral Shemayam. Do I believe in evolution? Yes, I do believe in evolution, but I also believe in what I call the source or God or the universe or whatever. Evolution is the effects of the biochemical reactions that take place in living things. So, for example, the hands on a clock, you know, the gears are put in place in order for change to happen. You're every time that a minute passes, you don't go up there and move the minute hand to the next minute, do you? It moves on its own. So there's a good analogy for that. I do like Chris. I do like Chris a whole lot. I consider Chris a friend. But, you know, the first time I got on his channel, he race baited me just like Rob did, you know. But he didn't take it to the extreme that Rob did. And I think that's where me and Killa and Chris differ right there, and the struggle that's happening between Chris and Killa right now. I'm out of it. I still like Chris. Chris is a great historian. He's a very smart. He's objective most of the time, unless you're talking about race. it just is what it is, you know. Yeah. And as far as, you know, all this victimization and self-hatred and this and that, you know, from a white person, and if you've ever seen what I look like, I'm the whitest motherfucker you've ever met. Okay, I look like a cop. I done cut all my hair. I got an old skinhead look now. I look like Detective Siberius right now. But on a positive note, you know, and I've said this on Chris's channel even before he even race baited me. Black people, at least down here in the South, y'all are the most welcoming people. Okay. Down here, y'all cook the best. When I go to the KJ's, which is like a real country ass grocery store, and they got like the hot bar, and I get me a plate because it's real good and real cheap, you know, I tell them, hey, I want the black lady to fix my plate because the white lady, she gonna give me the half scoop. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I want the full scoop of the collards with the mac and cheese, with the pork chop and the rice and gravy. You know what I'm saying? Another thing too is in all the adversity that y'all have come against, y'all have been forced to create outlets of success, which has given us awesome fucking music, awesome fucking sports.
Yep. You
make sports watchable. You know what I'm saying? You make fucking music. I like the most gangster fucking rap imaginable. I actually been listening to Future a lot, you know? Like y'all make music good, sports watchable. Y'all got the most beautiful women in my opinion.
Wait,
my baby's mixed.
Don't forget stoplights.
What stoplights? Did you make stoplights?
Yeah, the person.
Hey, you made stoplights. God damn. You know what I'm saying? I mean, fuck.
Darius said niggas only know how to jump and play music.
Well, you know, that's you know, but then again, you know, things like that, people don't talk about it. You know, it's always assumed that the white man invented it.
Yeah, true enough.
Yeah, you know, so maybe there should be some more exposure there. You know what I'm saying?
True enough.
But I gotta get out of here. I got a baby next door at my grandparents' house. I ain't giving her no love because I've been talking with y'all. I'm ready to go love up on my kid.
Hey, it's always great hearing your perspective, Siberius.
I appreciate that, man. Y'all check my channel out and thumbs up to Killer B. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Yep. All right. Thanks a lot for coming out. Yep. Like David Ruffin, you talking about the Bible, right? Now, they said the book was used to colonize with religion, ethics, and morals, which some would view as some part primitive, savage, right? For the time that we're in, yes, right? You know, motherfuckers got to know, okay, we can't be going around raping motherfuckers. But back then, that's what they was doing. All the motherfuckers was doing that shit. All these people was doing, they had slaves and doing all that motherfucking shit. There's a time for all that stuff. There was a time for it, right? And yeah, you can't take, just like the pork. If y'all watch my pork is good for you video, right? I break down what the beef was with pork and why Elijah Muhammad said what he said about pork. Because at that time, there were no regulations on pork as like they got now. They got to have all these shots and vaccines and all this other crazy shit. Like, right? But now, pork is just as safe to eat as chicken or beef, if not more safe. Right? The thing had the diseases and all the shit. The pigs used to eat trash. Motherfuckers used to give their garbage to the motherfuckers and shit. Like, right? And with time, regulations and just like we got here, we make America so great, we put regulations on a lot of our shit, so you just can't be just selling a motherfucking anything. Some of the shit that we do got ain't good for you, but there's regulations, the shit that won't kill you, the motherfucking ass quick when you eat it. Right? Now, same thing in Saudi Arabia. This shit, they don't eat pork. But at the time when the people were talking about, oh, don't eat pork and shit, it was a reason for it. Know what I'm saying? It wasn't because, oh, God knows that it wasn't. No, the people knew that shit. The people knew if you ate the pig, your ass gonna get sick, shit your brains out, and might die. So they didn't eat it. The Egyptians didn't eat pork either. So they said
they would eat it on special occasions.
No
It was
special
like,
eat it?
yeah,
Okay.
it was sacred to Set or something like that.
Oh, I think you might be right there. Now, with the slow kill, but like these, like you take the Bible, right? And yeah, the people use it to enslave people, but you got religious nuts, just like we got religious nuts now. There was religious nuts back then. So you can't, like this was Sister Cherry was talking about, I had forgot. She was like, you can't blame the Bible for what these motherfuckers did with slavery and all that. You can't blame the Bible. You gotta blame the motherfucking people. Know what I'm saying? You gotta blame the motherfucking people. And like was Sister Sherry I put it, I wish I could remember more of that video. It was a great video. And she was saying these people weren't Christian. They were saying they were Christian, but they weren't Christian. Just like you motherfuckers claim to be Israelites, but they're not Israelites.
Hey, Killer, but I do feel in a sense that like the Bible was used as justification for the subjugation of peoples on certain lands. You know what I'm saying?
But it was a time. There was a time in the world that the people felt this way. That Jesus.
You mean world over?
Yeah, like, know what I mean? There was people that said, okay, we're not gonna fuck with these motherfuckers, so we're gonna put up with this books and we ain't fucking with these something. Because they pieces of shit and they eat turkey. We ain't gonna fuck with them. Like, know what I mean? So motherfuckers wasn't fucking with them. But now you take that to the day, like, know what I mean? There ain't nothing wrong with eating turkey. Or like, know what I'm saying? It's like, it's with the time, and you take religious zealots, just like these Hebrew Israelites, that really want to kill you. That really want to tell you. They'll talk to you cool and shit, but in the back of their head, I wish this motherfucker died. Most High's gonna kill him because he don't believe what I believe. Say Gilla, but the Bible. Oh, Gilla is the Bible. But the Bible tells you that when Jesus returns or Yahweh set up His kingdom, He will have the nations under His footstool in servitude. Then we supposed to serve God. But it's mythology anyway. It's mythology. So like, ain't nobody coming back. None of that shit. But that's what the motherfuckers believe. You have the nations in servitude, but the goddamn people is the servants too. And like when you go to that book, Isaiah something, right? They read it to us like these must see all these crackers is coming to us in chains, like right. But really, it's just the motherfuckers coming and paying homage, giving a tribute and shit to the people. And like the religious people will tell you their views of the shit, and the people will run off of it. The people run off of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we want you to learn this idiot up in here and shit. We want you to suffer for all the things you did. Like, oh yeah, go make another account too. Have fun. Make another account. 2020 is still the aftermath. Yeah, but like today, right? When motherfuckers, white people was racist. Not all white people was racist all the motherfucking time, right? You got like, okay, you got the racist motherfuckers that was in the 60s and shit. Yeah, right, Simon. You had the people in the 60s, 50s, and 40s, 50s that said the racist people, right? Now, some of the motherfuckers are still alive today. And they taught their kids that. And now their kids is growing up, they having kids. And now with things changing, you got a different thing. Now the grandparents is mad because you're not doing this. Like I'm sure your parents is mad at you for the shit you think and do. Because it wasn't ethical.
You coming in choppy, killer?
All right, my bad. I'm back. Like I was saying, I don't know how long before it cut off, but like you, right? Your parents probably can't stand your ass for some of the things that you believe or do, because when they were younger, it wasn't ethical. Just like say, like I could go outside right now, go to the basketball courts, and a bunch of young kids out there playing basketball. And they might have one white dude out there playing ball. Like, yo, that white boy can't ball. All them little black kids gonna turn to me like, motherfucker, you racist. They be like, you're racist. And I look at that shit that's happened. And I turn around and look at these little motherfuckers like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like times change. And 40, 50 years from now, this racism shit gonna be over. That's like the next 2 generations, this shit can be done. But go ahead.
Hey, did you ever hear? There's like a president who said something about like basically convincing like like lower class like people that they were better than somebody else because of their race or something like that. You know what I mean? And kind of using that as like a political tool, you know what I mean, to get them to like be on their side as a politician or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, can you say that again though? Like,
Yeah, there was like a quote from a president who said that basically like if you convince like a group of lower class people that they're better than somebody else, then they'll never like like leave you politically or something like that.
Yeah, the cult shit. And people don't understand that's like a cult tactic. And they'll say, oh yeah, you're better than these motherfuckers. And shit, like they say now, that's what I'll talk about with all the Blackity black shit. They're better than all the people in the world. So you gotta tell me that nobody on the whole earth contributed nothing to the world positively? And I was telling Chris, I'm like, yo, different people built. Like you look at Northern Africa, that was the whole top of the country got a shoreline, and you got these other countries on the other side, and that shit not far away from each other. People been sailing across that motherfucking sea for a long time. And when the Greeks came there, they wasn't like, look at these goddamn niggas. We're gonna enslave them. They went over there like, oh shit, these motherfuckers got some shit over here. Yo, what's that they dealing with? Yo, look how they do that. And they're gonna take it. They're gonna take it on back to Greece. They're like, yo, we learned this shit over here. Yo, we can start doing this shit, right? And they might bring some shit over there to Africa. They might be, I don't know what the fuck whoever is doing. And the Africans was like, shit, that shit's hot. Yo, we about to do that shit over here. And that shit helps society. Now, when you got places where nobody went to, you got motherfuckers, like I said, you go to South America and some places in Asia and Africa and shit, where motherfuckers ain't really had no communication with nobody. Still live in the way that they did back then. There's no progress. The people content with the way they live. Like down South Carolina, for example. You got kids, uneducated. I had some cousins and shit, uneducated in the summer bitch. Just quit school, like 14, shit, 12, quit school. And they could do that because they live in a place where everything
education's not valued.
Yeah, everything that they need to live is there. They live on a farm. They grow their food. They got cows, goats, or chickens and shit. They don't need to learn how to fucking read. As long as they got that property. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have to go into town to deal with nobody. You know what I'm saying? So they're content with what they got.
Yeah, that's like a more like pastoral way of living, which I don't see a problem with. I think there should be room for both. I think that, you know, people want to go the route of higher education, they should be able to do that. But in a sense, if you have everything you need, then it's like is it does it, you have to question if it's necessary at that point.
But when you got motherfuckers getting mad at me because I said the sub-Saharan African didn't know what the fuck a wheel was until the mid 1800s, the fucking truth. They didn't.
I mean, like, I know, didn't the Egyptians though, right? Like the ancient Egyptians, they had chariots though, right?
Right. They had chariots, right? They developed a long motherfucking time ago, right? But these sub-Saharan Africans, people weren't going down there. They weren't going down there. So, and now the article that I read, the peer-reviewed article that I read, explained it. The dude did his best way to explain it, and it made sense. It made a lot of sense. They didn't have a use for it, for it to be developed. They didn't have a use for it. Now,
my bad.
Use, you might look at that crazy. What do you mean they had a use for a wheel? Because of where they lived. They lived in a place and shit that where you got roads, the streets ain't paved and shit like that. It rained. You ain't that fucking wagon with a wheel ain't doing shit for you. With old muddy road and shit like that. Like there was no way to produce it. And another thing, the sub-Saharan African, here we go. You get like for cattle and stuff, they didn't have livestock like they would have in like upper Africa because of disease. Like they don't have it. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have herds of goats and shit like that because of like the tsetse fly. It would disease the animals and the animals all die. So they adapt to their environment. You know what I'm saying? And like, you even see today, this is kind of funny, right? You see, like, when you watch some shit out of Africa and shit, and the motherfuckers is going to get the water, they got to walk 5 miles and shit. The motherfuckers ain't got no cart. What they doing? They got a big bucket. They carry the bitch on their head. They ain't got no cart and shit. Like, you know what I mean? They carried it on their boat. I don't know what part of Africa. Probably a bunch of parts of Africa. They still do that. But some dude just invented a barrel that you can roll. Like it's a barrel with like it looks like it almost looks like an old school lawnmower. I don't know the old school lawnmower. Like before the powerless lawnmowers, it's got the blades that just spin when you push it. It looked like that, but instead of the blades, it's a barrel on it, and you fill the barrel up with water, and it got a handle, and you just push that motherfucker. And that's like a new invention. You know what I mean? But there was no use for it. So, like, you know what I mean? The people were very primitive. But Chris took it. How dare I say they didn't know what a motherfucking wheel was and shit. I'm like, yo, that's the truth. They didn't. They didn't have a use for it. And when the white man broke the wheel there, they didn't know. They was like, shit, the fuck? They set it up and put an idol on that motherfucker and shit. They were using that shit for ceremonies and shit. Like, there was some white dude gave the chief a chariot, not a chariot, like a big old school cart, like the cart and buggy, but it was all some fancy shit, like, you know what I mean? And the shit just sat there. They was putting shit up on it and using it for ceremonies and stuff. Like, and it's what it is. Like, they're primitive people. But Chris think these the smartest motherfuckers on the goddamn universe. How dare I say that? Shit, that's just what it is. Like, it is what it is. And we came from that motherfucker.
I mean, so what, like, I just want to, like, you know, like see if I can add more perspective to it, right? So, like, I know in Ethiopia that they have those like different structures and things that are carved into the ground.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that, like, you know, I'm not sure about this, but I think that people today are still having a difficult time trying to understand, like, how it was that they, you know, managed to do this.
It's
And
amazing.
then, you said what?
It's amazing what they did.
Yeah, exactly. And then also, just a thought I had. I was wondering, like Mansa Musa, right? Like, I'm wondering, like, did he have any chariots of any sort? You know what I'm saying?
But
And
man, wasn't from sub-Saharan Africa.
Mali's not sub-Saharan?
No, I think it's like Central Saharan. Like, it's above the border or whatever.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, like, I feel like there's a
And then these people had people from different places come in. So there was more, they weren't as primitive as the people in the sub-Saharan because they had more trade with people. Like, there was other people, like, you know what I'm saying, bringing stuff there and trading ideas and stuff like that. Like, when you see, like, Egypt, like, you know what I mean? It's like, it had all types of motherfuckers there. It wasn't just one type of person doing all this shit all these years. There were, you know what I mean, like the Moors and stuff, the people kicked out of Spain, they went into Africa afterwards. You had the Roman Empire ruled all the northern Africa at one time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm saying, oh, because the Romans was there, they're better than the African people, and they taught all the Africans this shit. But I'm just saying it's a collaboration of cultures building together. You know what I'm saying? They're learning things from other places. They're learning from looking at different people. Because you stay in the same place all the time, you can be doing the same shit. You learn to adapt by looking at different ideas. You see something new, you learn, and you start to use it. You put it in production.
No, I could definitely see that. But I mean, like, I know that Africa has its share of, you know, technological advances, you know what I'm saying? Like, even the Nigerian people in antiquity, like, they were smelting iron, you know what I'm saying? And, like, doing it at a pretty like a proficient level, you know what I'm saying, in terms of, like, their sculpting and things like that.
Yeah. There ain't no problem, Pete. I was kind of enjoying it and shit. David Rutledge said, how do you know that GMS Tahara was part of the Zionist code? I don't know. I don't think I ever said that. You heard me say that shit? I don't remember ever saying that. I don't even know what the whole Zionist cult thing is, like, to tell you the truth. Speaking of cults, I wanted to read something real quick. I wanted to read this bitch at the beginning of the fucking show. Shit went back to this shit. And Loki, I blocked your ass for the show and shit because you was getting out of pocket and shit. You ain't had no off switch. So. This is 3 types of cult mindsets, right? It's a delusional monitor, right? Bernstein says she considers a delusional cult leader the most dangerous because they can use their unyielding beliefs to convince others to buy into the delusion. She gave the example of Heaven's Gate in San Diego, a cult where 39 members committed mass suicides as instructed by leader Marshall Applewhite in 97. Applewhite, who previously reported having a near-death experience, was convinced a UFO would soon come to Earth and help humans leave their bodies for a higher existence. Now, who do we know that does that? That Judah Natzarah. He survived the fucking tsunami in Japan, right? He said he was stabbed by the motherfucking KKK, right? Says he was convinced that a UFO would soon come to Earth. Judah Natzarah said he throw this 3 different accounts, though, UFOs, 3 different stories for the same time, that UFOs was following him and the UFO landed, wanted him to come on and shit, right? So people sit right there and co-sign that shit. There's a sense that the leader wasn't trying to get money out of them. See, Judah Natzarah says, I don't need your money. And he wasn't trying to use them. He really believed that his mothership was coming and that they all needed to leave their corporal existence and go to this mothership, and they all joined in the psychosis. Bernstein told Inside. This group-oriented delusion is a diagnosable condition called shared psychotic disorder, according to the National Institute of Health. The preacher turned egomaniac. This is another type. Other cult leaders don't realize their charismatic potential at first, but once they do, they become egomaniacs, according to Bernstein. She said this type of cult leader may start as a teacher, street preacher, or in another public speaking position. Eventually, they realize people cling onto what they have to say and run with that skill. They should suddenly realize that everyone listens to everything. They say that they are Pied Pipers and people will do things just because they are told to do it. And they start to morph into this kind of maniacal monster, right? We know people like that. Like Lex and shit. Jim Jones, the cult leader who orchestrated the Jonestown massacre in 1978, was one of these types. Jones started as a religious preacher and eventually had thousands of followers at his organization, the Pope's Temple in California. Jones convinced hundreds of these followers to move with him to Guyana jungle encampment they called Jonestown. When a U.S. congressperson arrived in Jonestown to investigate the operation, Jones told his followers to drink lethal poison, and 900 of them did, killing themselves. Then you got the hard and fast narcissist. Last, there's the cult leader who has been a narcissist for the majority of their life. That's how they have been since they were little. They feel ultimately entitled to completely lie to you, to put on this good, charming face to get you to believe that they're selling whatever it is, whether it's good or a product of anything she said. According to Bernstein, most cult leaders are narcissists and are a bottomless pit of ego need. This type of personality could explain why someone like Rainier set up his cult in the manner he did, with a constant need for members' blackmail, which he called collateral, the obedience to him and his belief system. Even if a NXIVM member devoted a decade of their life to the group, one slip-up would label them as an untrustworthy or a failure to their community. That's Judah Natzarah. That belief creates a hamster wheel of unhealthy behaviors and relationships, according to Bernstein. I would say most cult leaders are amalgamated narcissists. They don't care about the damage they're causing. They don't care about the lies they're telling. They don't care about the families they're destroying. They just need to need it, and they need to be loved They need to be adored. They need to be feared. See that? Very simple. Here we go. Another one. Go make another account.
Hey,
See,
so how do you?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering, like, how do you propose interfacing with individuals that are like that? Like, is it just like a no contact thing? Like, you just shouldn't interface with them at all?
Yeah, leave their asses the fuck alone. But me, I got a job to do, so I got to be in these motherfuckers' faces. I know how to handle.
You're not directly interfacing with, you know, said person. You're just kind of like trying to expose the different.
I know the things that they hate. You know what I mean? So the things that they hate will drive them crazy. Like, and I know, say for example, Judah Natzarah, right? I know all of his moves. He's a one-trick pony. And all narcissists do the same shit. So it's things that you do. Now, I wouldn't say the motherfucker had a handler. See that shit right there? That shit come from some coach shit. Oh, he has a handler and shit. Like, nah, man. Nah. This is an individual that just bugged out in the fucking head. Like, hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Like the whole Judah Natzarah has a handler shit. Nah, man, not at all. That's the cult shit right there. That most cults survive from conspiracy theory. And when you start to act like that and say things like that, that puts you right in the same boat. Like, because the shit like, oh, he has a handler. Oh, he works for the Illuminati. Or, like, that shit's crazy. Like I said to somebody the other day that when I quit the cult, I had to reevaluate a lot of shit about my life, the things that I thought, the way I think. Even today, I still checking myself. There's still things that I do that's some cult shit. There's still things that I do every day. And I be catching myself like, yo, what the fuck? Why am I thinking like that? This shit. And I was like, whoa, I gotta be like, whoa. I gotta pump my brakes. And certain things I say, like with Lamad, right? When I was getting on Lamad with all that conspiracy shit. The reason I got on him because I started, like, he said it, and I was like, shit, that was some shit I was believing. Like, or I believe, and I'll go look it up. I'm like, yo, this shit's some bullshit. It's all lies.
Oh, be to that point, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I found the quote that I was speaking about earlier with the president who was saying something about you know, convincing different classes of people or whatever. And then I thought to myself, I was like, man, is this just one of those things that I heard but like it doesn't actually have any validity to it? And I think like I watched one of your lives and you were kind of like gone in about that subject, you know what I mean, in terms of like, you know, doing fact checking and things like that, right? So I found the quote on a fact checking website and they said that the quote was in fact true, that he did make this quote. And I could read it if you wanted to hear it, but yeah, okay, all right, hold on, let me pull it up real quick. All right, so can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. It says, so it wasn't Woodrow Wilson, it was Lyndon B. Johnson. And he said, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you.
Wait, say that again. I want to look up something. I want to check something real quick.
Okay.
You said Lyndon B. Johnson?
Yeah, it was President Lyndon B. Johnson, and this is on Snopes. Snopes said that because I was looking for the quote.
That's how I was gonna go to. Go ahead. All right.
Yeah. It's on Snopes. Originally, I thought it was I thought it was Woodrow Wilson. I don't know. I just like kind of I guess constructed that in my thoughts or whatever. But the quote says, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you.
There you go. There you go. Right.
So like yeah, I definitely think that like, you know,
And you don't think that someone else could use that same thing?
oh yeah, no, of course. It's like human psychology, you know what I mean?
You get this, like I was saying, like you got the Lux Vortexes, you got the, you know what I mean, the side letters and all this shit. And like these motherfuckers got thousands of subscribers. So these motherfuckers 500,000 subscribers. So that's half a motherfucking million motherfuckers listening to this shit.
So
Now I don't know if the motherfucker got 500,000 subscribers, but it's a lot of motherfuckers. And that goes out into the street when they're not on the internet. You know what I mean? They bring those things to society. So say a Judah Natzarah, right? Got 1,000 subscribers. That's 1,000 motherfuckers in the United States that are on the streets in this nation in their everyday life, sharing that ideology with other people or subjugated people to that those beliefs and stuff on a daily basis. And how many people they talk to? Because these motherfuckers be nuts. They'll talk about this shit all day out in the street. They'll go to the motherfucking liquor store and tell the motherfucker at the liquor store, man, you know you an Israelite, right? You know the white man and shit don't love you and shit, and the Most High are gonna come back and kill all the white people.
but oh my bad.
These people got social subscribers. This how a motherfucker YouTube creator got subscribers. Imagine those 1,000 people out on the street. How many subscribers? This plays into like the people that listen to what they say, like right, that cater to what they say. How many of those 1,000 people on their everyday life, let's say this call them subscribers, have social subscribers out in their everyday life? And that's how this stuff grows. So like I said on the older video, I showed the Jonestown where all those people, and the majority of the people was black, committed suicide. All those bodies was laying on the fucking ground. You couldn't see the grass. It was so many fucking bodies. That's why I do what I do. So that doesn't happen again. That's the whole thing why I do this. I don't do it for me because I know fucking better.
Is that where you feel like it leads to?
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell motherfucking yeah. It'll lead right into some shit. It might not be a mass suicide, but it turn into some other shit. Motherfuckers wanting to kill everybody, and like look at the motherfucker that ran up in the motherfucking the store in Jersey City and killed those Jewish people. He killed a police officer before he got there and went up in there and killed three or four people. He murdered up in there. And now I wonder if they got away. They would have went somewhere else and did the same shit, probably. Then you got looking at the Arab world. That they like Al Qaeda and ISIS and all these other little subgroups that just like them on the internet recruiting motherfuckers. Shit, you got white people trying to join Al Qaeda, paying America, reading all these kooky ass books. Yeah, America is evil. I'm gonna join Al Qaeda. Know what I'm saying? Because America is evil. These motherfucking Muslims is right.
Hey, Killer.
Yeah,
Hey,
go ahead.
so what I wanted to ask you was, like when you at a point like decided to like kind of restructure your thinking, like what was some of the things that you like implemented like from that point on? Like, you know, basically saying like, all right, I recognize, you know, kind of what helped to build these ideas that I had, and like now at this point I'm going to, you know, begin to think this way.
Like, what are some of the examples, or what did I started to do to change?
Yeah, like what if you don't mind like sharing, like what are some of the changes that you made, like that I'm no longer gonna think this way about things, or I'm gonna choose, because to me, like how I always like to evaluate things in a perspective of critical thinking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like that is something that kind of like shapes, my thought process. You know what I mean? Is trying to think critically about things. So I was just wondering, like, what is like some of the changes that you implemented, to like, like how you think now versus how you were thinking before. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. One of the things I would say, one of the strongest and more important ones, is how I looked at homosexuals. Like, I did a video on that about like the homosexual shit like in the Bible. Like, right? I had a family member and shit that I would just bash like all fucking day. Be around. That's all I did. Like, you know what I mean? And I found out how vile the shit was. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I started to look at some things, so say like the whole Obama thing, and people say Obama did all this shit for all the gay motherfuckers and shit, like, right? And and this is another thing Chris didn't agree with me on. I was like, the civil rights movement was created for all people, not just black people, all people to have civil rights in this nation, right? And when that happened, the law was passed. Black people got their civil rights. They can do all types of shit. People wasn't supposed to, can't discriminate on them and shit. And when you go to a job, you got a job, you go, and when you go to clock out or whatever, the lunchroom or whatever, they got a thing on the wall that shows all your civil rights. That's in every workplace in the United States. They got that on the wall telling you your civil rights. If you don't get those civil rights, you got a phone number to call.
You talking about like OSHA and things like that?
Well, not OSHA. It's like the Civil Rights Act. Like, they can't discriminate against your sex or your race, ethnicity, or your handicap and shit like that. Like, right?
Oh yeah, that's in the job application too.
Right. So when that happened, you had homosexual people. Like, everybody didn't look down on them, especially black people and shit, because they're Christian and shit. And damn sure white people and shit. They hated niggas and them motherfuckers even worse. Right? Now, and that was a double whammy if it was both. And when the law was passed, they had to tolerate niggas in their stores and their restaurants and shit. I believe, that's why I believe, because I see it today, how it was open. This how hating niggas at one time was open. I don't like niggas. I don't want them in my fucking store. Right? And that's just what it was. So now you got this law passed. Now ain't nobody talking about them. Now the white man can say, I don't want your fucking faggot ass, or I don't want your goddamn cross-dressing ass and shit up in this motherfucker. And motherfuckers would be like, yeah, get your ass out. Why was, and vice versa with black people. Might have been even more severe, right? And the law was passed for them too. And black people got all these deals, got all these new resources for them to better themselves in this country, right? And while these people still had to hide and not be who they are, right? So, and there was still, like, even though the law was passed, motherfuckers are still against them, right? Even though the law was passed, but they can't discriminate on them. And with that, I believe they had a better like when some people say they don't believe in the civil rights movement, right? Black people, there's a lot of black people that say that. Now, with all that black power bullshit and whatnot, they weren't allowed to really be in on it. Even when they had to pretend they wasn't, or motherfuckers was covering that shit up for them. This
Wait, covering what up?
Well, them being homosexual, doing whatever the fuck they do. Anyway.
Word.
So, for one thing, I was gonna do a video on this, how the Black Panthers were for gay rights and shit, right? Now, when fast forward, now a lot of these blacks that were like that, and there was a lot of them that helped build a lot of this civil rights or black empowerment type of thing. There was a lot.
You mean like Raynard Bustin?
I don't know who he is and stuff, but yeah, probably if that's what you're saying.
He was somebody who I believe was purportedly a homosexual, and he worked with Dr. Martin Luther King.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about now. Yeah. And then the other dude, his name is on the tip of my tongue. He was another writer, I think, for Martin Luther King too. If that's not the same person I'm thinking of. There's another guy. I can't think of his fucking name right now. He wears glasses. He was part of the whole Harlem Renaissance thing and all this shit.
I know you're talking about.
And what I find probably fascinating is that these people, since they were cut out of all this stuff, where they weren't included into a lot of the black power propaganda, they weren't included with it, so they couldn't really live it out. And I feel that it was a good thing that they couldn't live it out, because it bettered their lives and made them more powerful on their end. So, like, I made this big thing on one of Chris's posts. Chris erased it and shit for whatever reason, right? Now, they had to do their own thing outside of the whole black power and all that shit, right? They had to do their own thing. They had to build their own power structure. And they had started to probably work with white people that were like that were alike. So, like, people will say now, well, gay motherfuckers get paid more. They got the best jobs. They everywhere. Like,
they say they run the world.
Run the world, right? And it's true. These motherfuckers got good jobs and shit like that. They be balling. Like, I got another cousin and shit that like that. That motherfucker got a big ass big boy Benz and shit and all this shit, like, right? And they had to work and they looked out for each other, right? And with them actually looking out for each other, you see the progress that they made. You see the progress that they made. Now, look at us that had all this black power bullshit after the civil rights movement and all this shit. Look where we at. And when you see a lot of them, they're not in that predicament.
Now, see, this is what I was trying to say earlier about looking at, like, it is up to the individual, like, in a large way, and I'll never take that away. But, like, I think it's good to look at, the circumstances that surround things to be able to evaluate how things are going and implement some type of problem solving strategy. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like you're doing now, like you're saying, look at these group of people and look what they did and how it was that they got together and how they were able to make change for better for themselves. Like, and like, I feel like that's an integral part of it. You know what I mean? Because, like, earlier in the conversation, it sounded like, oh, it's just about you. It's just about you. Like, don't look at anything. Like, don't look at how things happened or like what happened before. But it's like, you kind of need some of that information so that you could build your present. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And now what Obama did, I believe what Obama did was like, listen, niggas, y'all niggas got everything. You motherfuckers get go to school for free. You got all this other extra shit. But still, these people right here can't live their lives as an American the way they want to. These people are still in hiding because of society and shit like this when the law been passed to those motherfuckers. And they still got to live their life like that. And these motherfuckers had to work together to get to where the fuck they at. And these motherfuckers got in the motherfucking polls and voted and did their little political moves and shit. Because you vote for a motherfucker, that motherfucker help you. I know that for a fact. I know motherfuckers that's in politics. You help the motherfuckers win, the motherfuckers get your ass a good ass motherfucking job. They can be like, yo, my man over here is shit. He got a restaurant. Like, it could be this little shit. And now you making all the orders and shit for all the people that's in the fucking town hall. When they have meetings, you doing all the catering work and shit. So that shit do work. That politics shit do work. When people say that shit ain't mean shit or nothing like that. That shit do work. And where we fail, these motherfuckers excel. Because a lot of that blackity black shit don't produce anything good or anything productive. It don't produce that. I kind of went off and shit and lost a lot of shit I wanted to say. But not that it produced, like, I'm just looking at what they did and where they at now. And why Obama did what he did. I think he looked at, I don't know for a fact, but I believe he looked at black people like, yo, y'all got enough motherfucking opportunities in America. Y'all got more than Americans, like the rest of the motherfucking Americans. You got way more opportunity. You go to school for free and all types of shit. Right here in Connecticut, you go to, if you ain't got no job, motherfucker, you can go to college for free. You ain't got to pay shit. They got all types of free. You want to drive trucks? They got a truck driving school. You go for free. You can go for free. And get your... Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, right? Because like I've been in like various discussions and things like that, like on, different like various forums like this, right? The thing about like losing your train of thought, right? In terms of speaking and like you're speaking something, like you're saying something, right? Like, do you have any ideas about the best way to mitigate that? Because I think part of it comes from like interruption, you know what I mean? And like if I've interrupted you at any time, like I apologize for that, because I definitely don't want to,
I love it. Yo, I think you one of the best guests I had on this motherfucker. I like the questions and how you attack different things and shit like that. I love that shit.
Word. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
No, my ass is burnt this shit half time. The other day you came up right here and your ass is burnt. You was stuck.
It happens, man. It happens to that.
It was like it sounds like somebody's like, I forgot, somebody was making a noise or something. Yeah, you was all. I was like, damn. I said, my man sound faded tonight. Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It happens. I'm cutting back though, man. I'm cutting back. I'm about to. I probably won't even be smoking at a certain point in time. But
yeah, I got to work on that stuff. And you see how a lot of things, like you said that, right? I got to work on that shit. I know I got to work on that motherfucker. There's something I got to learn to do to produce better content. There's things I got to learn for my ass to remember fucking certain shit. And some of that might involve a certain way I have to structure the video to help me, even with public speaking.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was doing those events I was talking about. I found myself doing public speaking. I ain't never spoken in public. I had to grab a megaphone. I had to grab a microphone and talk. This is my shit. This is my event. I gotta speak. So when I started doing these videos, I had a hard time. Like, so I would be looking for motherfuckers to hop on this bitch with me to try to kill some of the anxiety. And sometimes I'll get fucked up. I'll pound a beer and shit. Like, just to get stupid. So
I feel that. I feel it.
I let shit flow. I come out. You
in the spirit, like Bobby Hemming would say.
Yep. in the spirit. That shit too. I'm in the spirit, brother. Well, yeah, that's awesome, David Ruffin. All politics are being pulling and observing participant emotional heartstrings. That all the politics is about is getting you to endorse the agenda currently or overtly. Yep. But whether the intentions are bad, the motherfuckers be looking out for motherfuckers that vote for them, that will
we'll go to the poll.
Yeah, they go to the polls and actually produce or actually have something on the table. Like, if you ain't got no job and you vote for a nigga and you ain't looking for no job, guess what? You ain't gonna get no job. Like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get no job. You gotta be looking for it and actually make the attempt to fucking go do the damn thing. Like, that's a lot of our problems and stuff. Yeah, but go ahead.
But Killer, I feel like that conversation is coming up though, because like I've heard different people, like, you know, in different spheres basically saying that, you know, like black people are looking at ways to you know, make politicians be accountable for their vote. You know what I'm saying? And just saying that, like, we're not just gonna vote for you, like our vote is not guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? That like you actually have to do something, like, in order to get that vote. So I think that the mentality surrounding that, like, is shifting for the better.
But I think the opportunities are there, but the people aren't putting the things in. Like, say for instance, right? About a neighborhood that's all run down and fucked up and shit, right? And the politicians say, like, yeah, I help straighten that shit and develop that motherfucker, right? Vote. The motherfucker vote for him, and they looking at the politician like he got a crew of construction workers, he got a crew of architects and shit, and all this shit on deck to make it happen. Those people that voted for him supposed to have all that shit. Or I gotta or the guy, right? And be like, okay, I got a guy to do construction in the area. I got a guy, this organization that we made. I got this nonprofit, right? That's into building low-income homes, right? Got a nonprofit now, nonprofit. And if you have something like that, now the governor, or not the governor, no more, whoever the fuck you voting for, right? The mayor or whatever, he has something to run on. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have your ducks in order. That's like saying, oh, I'm about to make a store. I'm about to open up a store. But you don't got no distributor contacts. So you go into the supermarket and buying products and reselling them in your store. That's not how it works. You have distributors and stuff that come there and they give you a lower price. You know what I'm saying? They give you a lower price, and that's how you make your money. It's not by, or like you call a company, people think you can just call up a company and order shit. No, it don't work that way. Like, you got distributors. Like, say like for let's say fucking okay, you like Mountain Dew, right? You can't call up Mountain Dew and be like, yo, I need 4 cases of soda. They ain't gonna send you nothing. They be like, you call our distributor. And the distributor is Pepsi or Coca-Cola or whatever. That's who handles that. And that's where you would, oh shit, I thought you were lying. All right. And you have like, all right, for example, what's this? Or whatever, say like it's distributed by Unilever, right? Unilever, that's who distributes brisk iced teas, right? You can't call up brisk iced tea and be like, yo, nigga, send me I want to order 5 cases of brisk iced tea. They're like, we ain't sending your shit, nigga. Like, you gotta go to our distributor. Oh, I thought I put you in, my bad. You gotta go to the distributor. So you have to put all these things in order. People that handle, all right, this is another good example. I made this shit. I went all over the place. This is the best way I can kind of explain it. When I was doing my importing from China in the skateboard industry, right? What I was doing, my goal was to undercut everybody because the brands were not giving the shop enough margin, like, you know what I mean, to produce, to make money. So, say like you call Death Wish skateboards, right? You order some boards and shit. You go to the distributor, then it goes to the distributor. Well, they own their own distribution company. I'll just use it as that. You go to the distributor. So the distributor buys the boards from Death Wish for $30. Now the shop calls the distributor, like, hey, I need a dozen decks and shit. Okay, the distributor is selling them for $35, right? And now the shop got to sell them for $45. So they're already making this much of money. So what I was doing, I might be fucking this up, but what I was doing, I was going directly to the manufacturer. So instead of Death Wish, they're not making the boards. They're getting them from a manufacturer. They're having a manufacturer making those boards.
Because the manufacturer has the factory to actually produce the board.
Right.
So they contract that work out.
Right. And so what I was doing, I was going straight to the distributor. I mean, straight to the manufacturer.
Cutting the middleman.
Right? Cutting the brand out and cutting the distributor out. Cutting them right out. So now the shop can brand their own product. So if you got RB's skate shop, you're gonna have RB's sunglasses, you can have RB socks, you're gonna have RB wheels, you're gonna have RB decks and all this stuff, right? So now I'm gonna be able to get you these decks for $15. And you can sell them for $45.
So then your profit margins will be higher.
Way higher. And every skate shop knows that shop decks sell more than anything because they're cheaper and most of the time they're better. The same thing or the same thing as the brand board. Most of the time they're made by the same manufacturer. They're no different. So that was my whole thing because at that time, corporate companies was coming in and they're infiltrating skateboard and they're making all this prices high. What they were trying to do was shut down the shops by getting them product that they can't afford and can't sell and not making any margins. So they could close and they can move the whole industry into the malls. And it should be sold in big box.
You know what's funny about that is that I've actually experienced that, like, because out where I'm at, we have like this little it was like a skate shop, but it had all different types of like sports in there. Like it had surfing in there and like just different type of stuff, but they got closed down, right? And they got replaced with a Quicksilver.
Yeah.
But it was a smaller chain. So I'm just saying, like, as testament to what you're saying, I've actually seen it, you know, like real time, you know.
Nike, they went to the store and like right after 9/11, and the shops ate it up. Like, oh shit, I'm selling Nike. I'm gonna make all this motherfucking money and shit. But they don't know that Nike's retailers, they put in $150,000 orders at a time, like a quarter. Know what I'm saying?
You're talking about like the corporate stores?
Yeah, like the retail stores. Like you go to a Foot Locker or
a Macy's.
Yeah, or even in your hood's Nike store, like motherfucking dropping orders like 150,000 a quarter. They selling mad shoes.
That's pretty. They selling houses worth of shoes.
Where a skate shop is putting in $5,000 order for all the brands that they got in there. A quarter. You know what I'm saying? For all their brands, they're dropping only like $5,000. So when Nike came in, you can't get a Nike account and just pick what shoes you want to sell. Like skate sneaker companies, you can just say, okay, I only want these two brands right here. And I want so many pair of those. That's it. Nike's like, nah, you got to get this shoe, you got to get this shoe, you got this shoe, and this shoe, and this shoe. You have to buy those. And now when you sign up for Nike, it's like you apply as an individual. You're not applying as a store. So if shit goes sour, the Nike isn't going to sue your store for the money that you can't pay. They're going to sue you. You know what I mean? The store can just go bankrupt. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you Gucci. Like, you sign up as an individual. That shit is a 60-page application where the other 60 brands is just one page that is saying who you are, where your shop is, and your tax ID number. That's it. Nike bought everything but your blood sample. And what they did was put those brands, and you had to have a big area in your store. And so you have to have
Wait, you say you have to have what, Killer?
a big area. You got to have a main setup in your store. So you got to dedicate a whole wall to Nike.
Oh, like a display, basically.
Yeah. So you can't mix some other shoes in there or hang some other brand up in there. No, this section right here displays all Nike. So it takes up a big portion of your store. And now you got shoes that you know you can't sell. Every skater, they buy black sneakers. Like, that's the number one. No matter what shoe it is, it's all black. That's the biggest seller. But these motherfuckers got, what do you see I'm on the air? All these, what do you call it? What I'm saying? Yeah. So now you got shoes that you can't sell. I don't know. I took this fucking conversation somewhere else and shit. I'm gonna finish it up and see where else. But so you got this thing on your wall. You got fucking 6 shoes that you can't sell, and the 7th shoe, that's the only shoe you're gonna sell. That's the only motherfucking shoe you're gonna sell. You know that. So now you can't sell it. Nike see you can't sell those other brands. So now they have buyback programs. So you send those 6 brands, those 6 SKUs of shoes back to them, not back to Nike, but now you have to take in double coming back. So if you send back $5,000 worth of shit, you got to bring $10,000 in. So now you in $10,000 worth of debt. They done got you out the $5,000, but now you in 10. So now they're giving you Nike, Levi jean collabs. They give you Nike socks, Nike hats, fucking whatever collab they got. They got fucking all this other shit. So now you got to dedicate an even bigger area in your store to Nike. So as the shit go on, Nike's taking over your store. Now they done dominated half the retail space in your store.
That's the Nike bailout right there.
So what this does, now the main goal what Nike was doing, and I was working for DC Shoes at the time. I was telling all of them, like, yo, Nike is trying to close your fucking doors. They're doing product or research. So they're putting all these shoes in there, purple and fucking orange sneakers and stupid shit, to see what sells and what don't. With little investment. So they putting this shit up in here, and now you on the line for this. So if you don't sell them, you owe.
So you're basically the collateral in that situation.
Right. So now I was working with this other guy in France, right, in Paris, that he had a clothing line and a board and a skate brand. And I was talking to him about it. He was like, yo, you on your shit, man. And one day he sent me an email. He was like, yo, you fucking right. He said, I can't believe this shit. You were fucking right. He shows me an article where Nike is telling all the European skate shops that they're taking their fucking accounts. They're dropping their accounts if they can't put in $45K a quarter. They can't do $25K a quarter in sales. So if you can't order 25,000, they're taking your Nike account. So most skate shops, they can't do it. So they're gonna drop the Nike account. But you know what that means? You're still in debt to Nike. And you still got that shit in your store that you can't sell. So you know what I mean? You end up closing your doors. And when there's no skate shop in town, they're gonna have they got the Zoomies in that motherfucker in the mall. Same thing with hardware stores. You remember what hardware was like? You young and shit. You probably don't. Siberians probably know a little bit. But nah, Siberia's ass down south. They had a Home Depot and shit. They probably just got that shit. But up here, there was like 6 hardware stores in town when I was a kid. Like little small mom and pop hardware stores. Home Depot came through. There's one of them motherfuckers left. And I don't even know how that motherfucker's hanging out. So they closed all the small stores for big corporate stores. Zoomies is huge. I call Zoomies the Antichrist of skateboarding. Because they only buy late model stuff. They sell them at the same price. And sometimes a little less in the malls. And that's where a kid first gets introduced to skateboarding in the mall. At the Zoomies.
Yeah, I bought in the board at actually I think it was Borders. I don't think it was Zoomies.
Yeah, and you never knew about the mom and pop skate shop where you go to where they actually know what the fuck you should get and not just sell you anything on the fucking wall. You know what I'm saying? That's the huge difference. It's like buying golf clubs from Models and buying golf clubs from a golf shop. The golf shop is going to be run by golfers. So they know what the best stuff and what's the worst stuff and like what you should get as a beginner. Like you go to Zoomies, you just got some fucking stupid kid working there that don't even skate. And he just saying, yeah, this one's cool. You should get this. You know what I mean? You get home, you got some old bullshit ass fucking board. You know what I mean? Some shit that's not even functional or not right for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like, that's what they do. So they knock out all the specialty stores for big box. So now the brands they're making more money. The brand's gonna make more money. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna be larger orders being made. And they knock out the small mom and pop thing. So now, have you ever noticed that the X Games, the Do Tour, what's the other one? This shit. X Games, Do Tour, and there's another big one. This shit. I hate them shits. I hate the fucking skate contests. I hate them shits. They never mention the brand that the skater rides. You don't see any ads for any skate brands in any of those contests. It's all Mountain Dew, even X Games. They don't mention who that kid skates for. The kid might have the t-shirt of the company on or something like that, but there's no announcement, oh, this skater, he rides for Death Wish or Girl Skateboards or Real Skateboards, whatever. Like, they just say, oh, this is our next pro and shit, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And they got Nike and Mountain Dew, all the corporate brands everywhere. Shit's crazy. I know I took this shit fucking on a roller coaster. Good. Yeah, I know a lot about that shit, dude. I know a lot about that shit. Like, I lived that shit for a while. Yeah, I burned myself out. I'm gonna get back in that motherfucker. I can start that motherfucker today. If I wanted to.
Hey, Killer, are you a Capricorn?
Nah, I'm a Leo.
Oh, word. That's what's up. I'm a Leo too, man.
Oh, word. Yeah, man. It's crazy stuff, man. And it's like motherfuckers say, like, oh man, this motherfucker I be dead serious when I be on. Sometimes I lose my thought. Sometimes like I say some bugged out shit, but like I'm doing this shit for y'all motherfuckers. Like I can turn this motherfucker off today. They'll never come back on this bitch though. Like I told motherfuckers, like
that's the point I was gonna make earlier, man, was that like you was talking about finding different ways to format the show and stuff. And I think that like a lot of the information that you present like is like very valuable, you know what I mean? And like so like finding the proper way to or like a conducive way to like present that information, I think that would be like a good way. Like I think that would be dope, you know?
I wish I could do shorter videos, but I've tried and that shit just don't happen. It would take me a week to do a fucking video. Like doing video editing, I hate fucking video editing. I just hate it. Like, know what I mean? Like, I understand it, how it works. I just hate it. I hate doing it because I'm long-winded. I'll have like 3 hours worth of content on that motherfucker, and I gotta reduce that shit and reduce that shit and reduce that shit to maybe a half hour, an hour. That should just be hard as fuck. Yeah, it'd be hard as hell for me. I'm like, I'm super long-winded. I'm just a long-winded motherfucker.
So as a Leo, I think that, like, you know, refining your creative process is like always going to be a part of the thing, you know what I'm saying? So like however it is you're able to get that content together, you know, like you could take it through whatever process and find a way to refine it, you know?
Yup. Yeah, man. It's a lot of stuff, man. And like I encourage people, like I try to encourage motherfuckers to do their own thing, like, you know what I mean? And like there's so many opportunities out here, and people are looking for somebody else to do it for them. Like they say, oh, we going back to Africa. We're gonna buy some land. It shouldn't be we gonna buy some land. It should be like you're gonna buy some land, or I'm gonna buy some land. Because like that's another thing with these cults, like Lex, and I think even Ra-Rack even said that dumb shit one day. I think I heard Ra-Rack say that stupid shit. That we need to, Judah have said it. We need to get some land and shit. Now, when you say we got to get some land, right? That land can't be put in we. It can say when you got that deed, it's not going to say we. So that we has to be a corporation if you're going to make that purchase. You know what I'm saying? And these niggas and shit, I'm gonna call it what it is. These niggas don't know anything about this shit. They won't look up this shit. So they'll just hand a cult leader some money. And you might get the land, right? But you don't own it. So as soon as you do something, what I just read about the three types of cult leaders, right? So one of them said tonight, as soon as you disagree, you could be a diehard, devoted follower for 20 years, but as soon as you say something that motherfucker don't agree with, they're out of there. You done struck out. And he gonna call you all types of shit and turn everybody against you and all this stuff, right? All this stuff and put you out. And you built the place. Look at how many communes you get motherfuckers or Hebrew Israelites, right? That are carpenters, that are they do electrical. There might be fucking cooks, they might be graphic designers, video editors, photographers. The cult will use all you motherfuckers. And you know what? Because you want to see the cult produce and the thing grow, you're gonna do it for free. You're gonna do it for free. And this, I said this before when I first became a Hebrew Israelite, right? And after Tahar's camp left Connecticut, and I was confused of where I was going to learn from them, like, right? And this was when Black Planet days, when they had Black Planet. I was a Black Planet, and I got a hold of some guy, and he told me, he gave me his number. Dude had like 4 wives and shit. That was crazy. And he said, brother, he was from Philly. He said, brother, I got kicked out a whole bunch of schools. He said, it don't matter where you go. Just go there, get the lessons, leave. Like, this brother was already over the cult shit, but he still held on to the doctrine. I wish I knew who that dude was. I wish the number, I still got his number. But the number is not in service no more. Shit. This is back long ass motherfucking time. It's probably like, what, 2001, some shit like that, 2000. And what he told me was very valuable. He said, when you go in there, he said, don't be ha and he with motherfuckers. Don't be cracking no jokes. Don't try to be making no friends or following no cliques. He said, next thing you know, you're gonna find yourself making garments for free. That's what he said. And I'll be damned if that motherfucker wasn't right. Guess what I was doing? Well, the motherfuckers tried. They didn't do it. They tried. Right? I was in IUIC. And the first day I went to class, after some motherfuckers are talking and shit, we went like in the garage. And Bezaleel, I don't know if any of y'all watching know Bezaleel from IUIC. He left. But he was a professional graphic designer and all this stuff. And he got them to print their own t-shirts. They had a little bullshit screen printing press. And they were printing their own shirts. I was like, oh shit, y'all motherfucker got a screen printing press in there? I'm like, oh shit, I've been doing this shit since I was fucking 14 years old. Right? I was like, I can help you with this. I was like, yo, you kind of doing this kind of wrong. Like, you making it happen, but like you can do this a more efficient and better way. I was showing him. And the coach shit came out and it was like, brother, you haven't been tried yet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, motherfucker, I don't have to be a member to give you a fucking tip or to show, like, you think the Most High and shit can't show me how to print a t-shirt? Stupid. And you doing it wrong and the Most High supposed to be with you, motherfucker? Like, you know what I'm saying? The Most High can't produce a perfect t-shirt, nigga. Like, the fuck you talking about? So he must be said it to somebody, or my so-called handler in the cult might have said something, mentioned to one of the elders, and I got a call the next day. Yeah, brother saying you print t-shirts and stuff. I want you help us and all types of shit, right? What I ended up doing was printing those motherfucking IUI t-shirts. And y'all motherfuckers see the old video, the purple t-shirts, I printed all them shits, right? And first thing I said, as soon as they asked me that shit, I remember that dude. I heard that conversation that man told me. He said, yo, I said, okay, I'll send you my price list. And hold on a minute. I said, brother, we don't get paid here. I said, we all do this for the truth. I said, I get paid. I said, don't the scripture say every man should be paid for this work? And woe on a man that builds his house off another man's labor and giving the man nothing. It says, woe on him to build his house on another man's labor. It says his burial be like a burial of an ass outside of the gates of Jerusalem. And where you shit at? When you go to shit in the Bible, you shit outside the gate, outside the gates. So you're going to have a defiled burial, right? You should see their motherfucking face. I'm like, I ain't no new motherfucker. I was in the truth longer than anybody that was in that motherfucker besides Nate and the other elder and one other motherfucker. Oh, I forgot his name. It's the dude to wear the glasses and shit. Big dude, old motherfucker wear glasses. And they paid me. Right? They gave me what I want, but they're only using me for time being. Right? And I'm telling them, I'm like, yo, you need better equipment. Like, y'all got money, motherfucker. Buy the better equipment. And they didn't want to do it. They want to stick with what they did. Then I found out myself doing twice the work on a piece of equipment. Then, like, you know what I mean? I'm still taking the money. And then the motherfuckers did some flim-flam bullshit. And, like, it was hard for me to get paid and all types of dumb shit. The motherfuckers still owe me money. But yeah, like, don't join this shit, start doing shit for free. If you got a talent or a service or something, the motherfuckers should pay your motherfucking ass for that shit. So I know I went off shit again, but I just be dropping shit on y'all. So I still donate money anonymously to whoever it means to see it works. I'm like what you said before, David Ruffin. I see you in Siberia's cool now and shit. David Ruffin was going off earlier and shit. You got this cracker, this goddamn bootlegging nigga. Bootlegging nigga. Yeah. Start an organization. This shit, like, it's not hard to start a business. Like, now it costs a little bit of bread. Like it's hard for somebody that ain't got money to start like a legal business and shit. Like you gotta have a little bit of bread, but you ain't gotta have much shit. You get like little $300 or something together, a little less than that. I don't know how it is in other places, but here, when I ran a skate shop out of my house and shit, I pulled that shit off, and I was shocked that a lot of the brands and stuff was like, they was cool with it. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm running this shit out of my house in the trunk of my car, motherfucker. It was like, all right, fuck it. What's your order? And back then, it cost, I think it was $15 for a tax ID number. And now I think it's $100 and something bucks. It might be like $110, $150 to get your tax ID number. But you can also use your regular social security number. That's all the tax ID number is anyway. It's like fucking goddamn another social security number. So like this is a little tip, you guys can start shit, but you're gonna fuck up shit, don't do it. Like that's on your own shit, on your social security number. But yeah, you can use your social security number and shit. That's a little thing I found out over some time. But it's not hard to start a business. It really is. You just gotta want to do it. You gotta want to know how to do it. Thing takes a process. Like I gotta started small. I had my own shit going on when I was 14. And I started, and it'll stop. I'll fail, get back up, and now I got a little bit more knowledge and just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. But yeah, y'all gotta stop letting these motherfuckers control your minds and thinking y'all the masters of the fucking universe, and you don't have any master of the universe traits in you. You know what I mean? You're not doing no master of the universe shit. Because if y'all was all wise and knew all about all this Egyptian shit, y'all motherfuckers be running shit. And y'all niggas ain't running nothing. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Put y'all money where y'all mouth is. And I showed that you don't need money. You motherfuckers got GoFundMes for shit. Well, you don't need that shit. All you gotta do is have motherfuckers willing to do the thing. And people will support you. Motherfuckers with money will support you. Yep. And then this is another thing, yo. I'm glad you on this. I'm gonna close out on this motherfucker. And you got people like Judah and even Loki talking, oh shit. Yeah, I saw that, Chris. I haven't watched it yet. I just saw it pop up on my thing. The curse your family, you say they curse children, what the fuck? There's some wicked shit. Call out that. Yeah. So like that's bugged out that Loki got all like butthurt over that shit. I haven't seen whatever shit. But there was a reason why I did what I did. That's not what this show is about. I got shows where we just like cut up and bug out and fucking act crazy and shit. I got shows for that. And some of the shows I'm serious about. Like this one. I don't like straying off into like I be straying off. My show though, I can stray off. But like, you know what I mean? Like coming up, talk about some other shit. But with the cursing children thing, right? Chris says he don't want nothing to do with my ass and fucking I ain't shit. And don't call him and all this shit. But motherfucker, you talk to Judah Natzarah, the man that cursed your child to die. Said it right there on the motherfucking shit. You heard it, but you sit there and talk buddy with that motherfucker. You go on the show and talk buddy and kiki and ha with that motherfucker. A motherfucker that cursed your children, your wife, and you to die. To die. And you forgiving him. You forgiving Judah Natzarah and shit. But old Killer B's a piece of shit, low down, dirty motherfucker. If that's what it is, I'll stay a piece of shit, low down, dirty motherfucking, boot licking nigga. And I'll end the show with that shit. You got anything else to say, RB, before I close up?
No, I'm good, man.
Something Thanks, Sister B, for holding down the chat. Thanks, David Ruffin, for keeping it 100 and shit. Yeah, money ain't thing. You doing the right thing. That's the truth. You can do a lot of shit with no bread. Do a lot of shit with no motherfucking bread. Right? Thanks, David Ruffin. Thank you, Siberius, for coming on. Thanks, Nicky Springfield. All y'all other heads and shit. And definitely a special thanks to you, RB, for hanging in there with me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah,
I like
no problem, man. It was good to be on the show, man. I just wanted to get an answer for that question. So yeah, like I'm glad I came up to.
And I said, yeah, Nagy, and who else was up on this motherfucker? A couple other heads up on this joint. I think I already know what I'm about to look at. Pete's already on it. I was like, yo, Pete gonna drop everybody that was up on here and shit. I was trying to remember, and I was like, and I saw the thing said new comment and shit. I was like, yep, Pete put it up there. Thanks, Pete. Yeah, thanks to Siberius, the sleeping servant, RV, Rudy. Yep, RV was up on here. Or Nagy Springfield, Malak, Chigaza, Yaka, you gotta come up on here and tell me how to pronounce that shit. I'm done with that. You really like shit. Reading that shit. you ain't David Ruffin, RB, Emerald Shamiyan, Josh, Digital Realm, and that guy won. Yeah, thanks, that guy won in Digital Realm. Coming out too. And yeah, I'm gonna get on out of here. I'm gonna play that infamous track and shit for the way out and shit. I'm gonna get the hell on out of here. So I'm Killer B, the goddamn West Finder General. You got Witch. I'll burn your goddamn asses up and stop listening to these black ass motherfuckers and shit, these fucking cult leaders. Peace. Want to do what this shit? Oh shit, yo! That shit funny as hell. You read my mind and shit. I guess Leos are like, yo, you read my fucking mind. I was like, yo, I'm about to do the wop up with this motherfucker and shit, and you added the running man to that motherfucker. Yo, I can do the wop. Yo, I still do the wop at the party and shit. Straight up. I'll break that motherfucker down to the ground. With your tongue hanging out. You gotta do that shit with your tongue hanging out and shit. Your tongue hanging to the side. Oh shit, man. Oh shit, man. We had fun today and shit. Yeah, thanks, Simon. Oh shit. Yup. Make this earth a better place. That's right. Yeah. That shit funny. That shit made my day and shit. Yeah. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Enjoy y'all day. I'm about to go enjoy mine, y'all. Peace. And all you other niggas keep fucking around. Fucking Killer B got a goddamn flamethrower for your asses. Hey.